You said that 9 was the start time for this. I know a lot of people were probably.
Oh, it's just for that particular agenda item. We have other
Yeah.
things to do before. Okay.
Sorry.
Actually, let's not record right now. Let's just wait till everybody's seated and
Sorry.
then we'll call. I appreciate you guys jumping on it, though.
Yeah, I'll try to fix so.
Do you? I do. I left my purse at home. Thank you.
So. Left my wallet in San Bernardino.
Oh, you did?
No.
Oh, is that a song? Is that a song?
Like this, El Segundo. El Segundo.
Okay.
She always has on, that's why you all like.
I think Alina will be right back, but she suggested a go ahead, so. How come I'm echoing? Oh, it's her.
Leon, Leon on the echo.
Let's see. There we go.
Is it there?
Yes, thank you. It's gonna start.
Right, already?
I'm ready. Looks like it. Good morning, San Miguel County. It is 9:34. Apologies for the late start on Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025. This is a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. I am calling this meeting to order. Present in the room are two commissioners, Lance Waring and Ann Brown. Galena Gleason stepped out for 30 seconds. She'll be right back and will then be present in the room. We have lots of staff and members of the public. We will begin with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you. Moving on to review of the agenda. Does anybody around the circle have anything to suggest or change? No? Galena, look good to you? Staff, all good? Okay, we shall carry on to public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken since the topic was not posted with proper notice and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. The people in the room that I see are here, I believe, for items on the agenda, but is there anything else you'd like to comment on? No? Okay, and looking online for hands. I do not see any hands online, so we will close public comment for items not on the agenda and move on to the consent agenda on which there are 2 items. Any comments or questions from the board on that?
No questions or comments for me.
Okay, I'd just like to thank Star Jameson for staying on top of all these comment letters that she writes on behalf of San Miguel County, including item 6A. Lance, anything?
We have to approve the consent agenda.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The consent agenda is approved. Moving on now to item 7A, consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-21 regarding adoption of the National Incident Management System, or NIMS, concept of emergency planning and unified command, a San Miguel County system of preparing for and responding to disaster incidents and management of events. And this was continued, I recall, from an earlier meeting. We had a couple questions about it. Maura, did you want to take us through that? I see your name here.
Yep, I can do that. So as you noted, we had discussed this at an earlier meeting, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Or last week. Can't remember. And this is really just an update to a prior resolution that was adopted in 2006. In order to provide some expanded and updated context for this resolution. But also to designate specific points of contact for our emergency management and NIMS compliance. And at the last meeting, the board had a question about the designation of the HR director. And we did confirm with the emergency manager, Shannon Armstrong, that the HR director is named because their office tracks and ensures staff compliance with the NIMS training program.
Okay,
Yeah,
that makes more sense. Thank
It
you.
does, and I think you added a line or a word or two here to clarify that. I appreciate
Yeah.
that. And my concern too was why wasn't the county manager mentioned? But Mike, do you want to explain real quick why, how your role is not specific to this resolution, but also is quite important?
Correct. So NIMS outlines the framework, as has been said, for how emergencies will be coordinated. In the incident command structure, I serve as the liaison officer and then also support some of the other emergency support functions. That is not what this resolution is speaking to, so that remains unchanged, and that is also clear in the county's emergency declaration resolutions that the commissioners declare an emergency, and in their absence, I have that ability. As well as some of the additional spending authorities that both the sheriff and I possess to be able to respond more quickly to incidents should the board be unreachable or unavailable during that type of situation.
Great. So thank you for clarifying that and making sure that we were clear on it. And also, I think another change was that we just clarified that it was not, NIMS was not only for disaster incidents, but also just management of events and things like that. So I think this is perfect. But open to other comments or questions. Anybody?
I'm prepared to proceed. You'd like a motion?
Galena, you good with that?
I am. Thanks for making that clarification. We all just learned a couple.
It's something we've largely been using in our current practice. This is to codify and clarify for all staff.
Yeah, well done.
I move to approve the chair's signature on resolution 2025-21.
I second that.
How do you vote?
I.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries and resolution 2025-21 is approved. Okay, 9:41, perfect. We are moving now on to item number 8A, consideration of chair's signature on resolution 2025-23 as the San Miguel County Housing Authority regarding correction and reversion of affordable housing deed restrictions and covenants. So, what was I just going to say? I guess that's what I was going to say. And in addition, I was going to say that a conflict disclosure statement that the following agenda item will involve discussion of deed restricted properties within San Miguel County and the operation of certain covenants and restrictions. In the interest of transparency and to address any perceived conflict of interest, I would like to disclose on the record that I am an owner of deed restricted property within San Miguel County and have entered into a covenant with the county for that property. I do not believe this will impact my ability to remain fair and impartial for purposes of today's discussion. In addition, last week, and I'll say this for both Lance and I, because he's in a similar situation, we were considering a policy that would actually impact us personally, and to remove any perception of a further conflict of interest, we have asked to be excluded from whatever opportunity is offered to any other deed restricted owners. So hopefully that helps everybody. Alrighty. So I assume now that Maura, you take us through this. We have a memo, we have a resolution, draft resolution. We've had all sorts of public comment and input. And, you know, I know we've done a lot of thank yous to the staff for their work on this, because it's been, I think, a year and a month or so that we've been having this conversation ever since the land use code was suggested to be revised. And that's when all of this kind of really reached ahead and came to the attention of the County Housing Authority. That's what I was gonna say. We're now sitting as the county housing authority. Anyway, so there's been a ton of public input. There's been a ton of staff work. There's been lots of conversations, lots of meetings, and I just want to thank all of you who brought this to the attention of the board and who have stuck with us and done a ton of homework and been really thoughtful in how you shared that with us. So thank you to everybody. And also want to mention that, you know, we are hopeful, or I'm hopeful, that we will get through this resolution today after board conversation and community input. But if there are any loose ends and we need to do some further research or have some further consideration, we can certainly continue this as we have for 13 months. And there's, you know, the hurry is, if you will, that we'd like to get compliance going on schedule, but if we can't do it, we can't do it. So I don't want us to feel pressured today. And I assume that the other commissioners feel that way as well.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because
Okay.
I feel the same way. That's so important, and rushing through this process is not our intent.
And that is not our practice ever, really, this board. So, okay, thank you for that. Maura, off you go.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. So as you noted, this is a continued discussion of our affordable housing deed restrictions and covenants. We first had this, started kind of this stage of the conversation at our June 18th meeting, and then staff gave a follow-up presentation on July 16th based on the board's request for additional information and alternatives to consider, alternatives to the staff recommendation that was initially made on June 18th. So at our last meeting, we provided an overview of the deed restricted properties, the history of the adoption and implementation of the covenant, which was first adopted in 2010, and a high level summary comparison of the land use code deed restriction to the covenant versions. And then we went over the staff recommendation and those alternatives that the board had requested. And based on the staff presentation and public comment that was received, the board directed staff to prepare a resolution that would adopt the preferred action from the presented alternatives. So the resolution that we've prepared sort of provides the context of what has occurred leading up to this point and some of the history of the development of the covenant. And it also references the outside legal review that the board requested and the board's findings based on that review. It summarizes the staff recommendation, which was to offer the option to revert to a prior deed restriction to owners of properties that have been sold or transferred since June 1st, 2022, and the board's direction to staff to pursue the alternative option that was given at the July 16th meeting. And that's set out in detail in the resolution, which I'm happy to read through that if that would be helpful to just articulate that here on the record for the public and the board. So the way we have framed the action here, which is certainly open to amendments by the board if you would like to consider those. But I'll just go through it. So the first part would be all owners of deed restricted property within unincorporated San Miguel County that are on any version of the amended and restated deed restriction and covenant developed for the Aldosaro Ranch, Lawson Hill, Two Rivers, and San Bernardo PUDs will be offered the option to revert to an earlier deed restriction as follows. For those properties that have been sold or transferred on or since June 1st, 2022, and up to the date of this resolution, which is stated as today, if it is adopted today, the county will offer the owners of the property the option to either 1, stay on their current covenant, 2, revert to the version of deed restriction that applied to the property at the time of purchase, whether it be the land use code deed restriction or another version of the covenant, or 3, to revert to the 2010 covenant, which is attached to the resolution. Part B, for those properties that were sold or transferred prior to June 1st, 2022, and are on a version of the covenant, the county will offer the owners of the property the option to either 1, stay on their current covenant, or 2, revert to the 2010 covenant. The resolution provides further direction that the county and SMRHA staff shall ensure that all owners are given the opportunity to review each option prior to signing any covenant or agreement to reinstate the land use code deed restriction, and that the current deed restriction is properly terminated, and all documents associated with any reversion or termination shall be recorded with the county clerk and recorder. The resolution states that in order to avoid any potential conflict of interest, the properties owned by Commissioners Brown and Waring and their spouses shall be excluded from any such offer. And it directs county staff to prepare a proposed timeline and process for implementing this action for future review. And then we have additional action in the be it further resolved section. That this action is limited to a one-time offer to only those deed restricted properties that are currently on a version of the covenant. The 2010 covenant will not be offered to any future purchaser of deed restricted property unless that is the operative deed restriction for the subject property. Additionally, owners of properties that are currently governed by the land use code deed restriction will remain on that version of the land use code that applies to their property and will not be offered an option to sign the 2010 covenant. For all future sales and transfers of deed restricted property, the county and SMRHA staff shall offer potential owners the option to either one, stay on the current deed restriction that encumbers the property, or two, to move to the version of the covenant that has been most recently adopted by the county housing authority. And it further states that this action does not apply to any deed restricted properties that are on specific restrictions and covenants that were developed for a particular subdivision or development or pursuant to an exception agreement. And that would include the Pinion Park and Rio Vista properties, as well as some other specific groups of properties. And just a note on, so a summary of the properties that this would involve. So there are 117 total properties on some version of the covenant. That's the somewhere between the 2010 and the current 2023 version. 32 of those properties are within the 3-year period, having been sold or transferred since June 1st, 2022. That 3-year period will cover everyone who is on the 2023 covenant, which is the most restrictive covenant. Of the 32 properties, 17 would have the option to revert to an earlier version of the covenant, and 15 would have the option to go back to the land use code because that was the prior deed restriction when they purchased the property. And all will have the option to go to the 2010 covenant. Outside the 3 years, the remaining 85 properties would have the option to go to the 2010 covenant. And then in terms of the Exhibit A covenant template, there's a few notes I would like to make on that. So this is a revised template that was adopted in August 2010. The first version was May 2010. There are minor revisions in this template that are purely for clarity. There were no substantive changes made. So I went with this template because I thought those revisions for clarity, for example, adding condominium association to the definition of homeowners association, were beneficial to have included in whatever version we're going to be offering to people. But I will reiterate, there were no substantive changes between the May and August 2010 templates. I also want to note that we have always had separate templates for each subdivision that we've used, and I, for purposes of attaching to this resolution, made it general. So I removed references to Al Tesoro subdivision because that is the template that we had. But I would envision that staff would then recreate templates for each subdivision, because you'll see in the covenant there is an Exhibit A that has all of the subdivision governing documents referenced, and we would want to recreate that to be included. And something was just brought to our attention, which I think we need to look into further, is that this template has section 11 provisions, which is titled Rights Concerning the Exercise of Option to Purchase. And there's references in there to price appreciation caps, and that's something I know has been removed from the 2023 covenant. But based on my notes that I have available in front of me right now, and I'm not able to open all of the other versions of the covenant, but that has been removed at some point in time. And I just want to look into further, like, if there were legal reasons why that was removed. And if it was removed for all subdivisions, because I think there may be particular issues involved with that for certain. So I just want to investigate that further, so I don't know if that's something we could bring back as like a scrivener's error. If you do end up adopting this today with this template attached to the resolution. That I just want to investigate why that change has been made over time, and if that's something that would be of concern to like. Bring back for a bunch of properties.
Sorry, I'm not totally clear. So I have in front of me a version of the 2010 covenant, which I assume is the August version. And you're saying something in section 11, which I'm looking at now, to do with the price cap is in or isn't in?
Is in.
So which section is that? Is that 11.3? Or the whole
Yeah,
thing?
I mean, the whole thing has been removed from later versions,
Okay,
and I just don't. Right now have the context or justification for why that was removed. And if it is something that we need to be concerned about potentially. I mean, certainly it's still in place for any properties that signed this version.
right.
But I think before we go ahead and add a bunch more to this, I want to understand better why it was removed and if there's some concern with it potentially conflicting with some other legal provision or limitation on a particular subdivision.
Okay, so it's possible that we would decide to offer the August 2010 covenant either with or without section 11 once we clarify why it was removed.
Yeah, and I know it may have only been removed, well, I don't know, I think it may have only been removed for the Lawson. Template, and that's something I just want to sort out why, if that is true, why that was. And so that we're making sure we're applying the correct version to each property.
Got it. Okay, I think that's one reason to continue the conversation to another date.
Yeah, sorry for not.
That's okay.
having that,
Do we
cleared
want
up.
it in the version?
Laura, in your defense and as an explanation, Ginny Gordon, who was involved in the 2010 covenant creation, brought that in this morning about 10 minutes before the meeting. And she did a really close reading, identified a really technical problem, and we're grateful. And it's not any shade on you, Maura, that you didn't do your homework. This is a very fine point, but a very important one. And honestly, I'm just really happy that Jimmy was with us and was able to take the time and then get here just in time to bring this to our attention so that we didn't make things any harder or worse, but instead are apprised of what we really need to be thinking about, which is a whole lot of I's and T's. So thank you, Jim.
Sorry for the late notice, I just.
Timing was tough.
Last evening. So.
That's okay.
Understood.
It's a process and it's taking all of us to get it right. And we appreciate that. as-
Yeah, and it's great this info is here now and like later.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So
Yeah.
with that gratitude, Maura, I heard you say that we could use scrivener's error and try to proceed,
Mm,
which is less palatable right now, it sounds like, to the full board, but we'll see. If we all get really comfortable, you can tell us more about how that scrivener's error process would work or could work. But for
All
right now,
right, yeah,
let's just hold that in the back of our minds.
perfect.
yeah, and I also appreciate the close review because I think. As we've mentioned to a few people, none of us were here in 2010, so we're kind of trying to gather as much history and context as we can, so it's always helpful when someone who was actually there can help us sort it out. So just a little bit more in terms of what we see as next steps. So staff is working with SMRHA to come up with kind of a revised timeline for how we would roll this out. And working through the various documents that we would be sending to owners. And I am working on compiling all of the relevant covenant and land use code versions that will be available for the public's review. And we will do I will commit to having those ready by the time these offer letters go out.
Perfect.
So that people, when they get the letter, there will be a place where they can go and look at what is the version of the land use code that I am on, and what does this covenant look like, and do the comparisons they need to do to sort out what choice they want to make.
Okay, and I know it says in Jared's memo that he provides a rough outline of the process, but that you all would come back to us with something more detailed. So we'll talk about that timeline. That was my first question, actually, was to do with the timeline, because although we could just do that later, the timeline, and talk through the resolution. Does anybody have a preference?
Let's worry about the timeline after.
Yeah,
we
let's
get
do
through the
that.
hard part.
Yeah, just as a placeholder from, in my mind, I'm just wondering, is it even remotely possible that we could get out sort of offer letters on the reversion by August 15th, which is like 3 weeks away? Sounds aggressive. So let's come back and revisit that. Okay.
Yeah, and there's just one additional point that I would like to put on your radar that
Mhm.
we would like direction on, is how to deal with properties that have provided a notice of intent to sell or are currently under contract
Mhm.
for purchase. Because regardless of whatever timeline we come up with, those properties may need to be dealt with sooner. And that's something that's already been raised or is happening right now, so, and there are owners waiting to hear what the decision will be today, so.
That was one of my questions too. You know, we had addressed, I think, pretty much all of the properties on the covenant, other than those that are in this process right now. So should we talk through that? Do you have a recommendation, Maura? So these are properties that are kind of about to be sold or under contract, about to close. Yeah.
And the way it's stated right now, it's when the resolution is adopted, then everyone's kind of grandfathered in from that date back, but moving
Mhm.
forward, there's this gray area that we're
Right,
discussing.
right,
It's sort of just for the,
Crystal
it's
clear here.
It's gray area for the properties that are gonna be sold before the current owner has had an opportunity for the reversion.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
yeah, so I think our recommendation would be that once you officially approve this action, that even though we may be working out the timeline for like doing the whole batch, that we move forward with any pending sales or notice of intent to sell properties as they come up and as needed, because there may be waiting for a closing to happen with the purchaser wondering what options they have.
Right, so we address those immediately as opposed to waiting for the whole compliance and reversion process. That makes sense to me. The question is, what is offered to those people? And I would assume it's the same thing offered in 1A.
Yep, it would be, our proposal would be that it just be consistent with what's adopted for all the properties, so we would take a look at what properties being sold and where they would fall in the directed action and make the offer based on that.
Okay, but I think because they are in, like, within a 3-year statute of limitations, they should be offered all 3 of those options that are outlined in 1A, correct?
It would depend on the seller, when the seller last, like, acquired the property.
Okay,
Mhm.
wait a second.
Because we're trying to correct what the seller was offered,
Right.
but we don't wanna like perpetuate it by having someone purchase
Mm-hmm.
without the seller having been given the option.
Okay, yes, 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 yes.
Right, but the seller, they should be given this option
Right, so if the seller falls within the 3 years,
Yeah.
then they'll get all three options. If the seller is outside the 3 years, they'll be given the two options.
Right. Yeah, that seems fair.
That seems fair, yep, yep. What do you think, Lance?
Yeah, what I hear us saying is that we want to be as inclusive as humanly possible, and at some point. It will be a hard stop, but it's not yet.
Yes, exactly. All right, so I think maybe that requires some kind of a revision or another point about how we'll deal with those properties. Does that make
And that's
sense?
a Suggested amendment, if, when we get to the point of entertaining amendments. to
Okay,
the
do you want,
resolution.
let's talk through that right now while it's on our mind.
Yeah, so I would, to address this, let me just get back up to the resolution. So in the first, be it resolved. Subsection 4. I would propose, adding a sentence to that to say, for those properties that have provided SMRHA with a notice of intent to sell or are currently under contract for purchase. County staff shall work with SMRHA to implement this direction as soon as possible.
That's, you're gonna put it under, together with point 4?
That's where I.
That's the proposed
suggested it,
timeline?
just- Yeah, because as a kind of a caveat, to staff will come back with a timeline is a direction to deal with it now for those properties. That may be under contract or,
Can you repeat that again?
yeah. So I'll read the whole thing. So currently it says county staff shall prepare a proposed timeline and process for implementing this action. For San Miguel County Housing Authority's review at a future meeting, period. I propose to add, for those properties that have provided SMRHA with a notice of intent to sell. Or are currently under contract for purchase. County staff shall work with SMRHA to implement this direction as soon as possible.
That
It's a good
works.
Expedited process for these in the hopper.
Right, rather than waiting for whatever date we decide is, we're gonna send the offer letters on this date, because. They may fall before that, where they need the action taken.
I like that. And Galina, you good with that?
Yeah, given they don't have any major issues with closing, right?
I mean,
Right,
Yeah,
yeah, I know there's at least one right now that the purchaser knows we're having this conversation and is wanting to know what. The outcome will be before they. Just take what's already there.
totally, right, okay, so that's something we can work with them right now, right? SMRHA can work with them right now on that. Or once we approve the resolution, right,
Authorized us to take that action.
interesting, okay, so that's a reason not to hold this up, so we don't hold up their closing. Okay. Okay. Anything else on that particular point? All right,
For me.
anything else you wanted to bring up, Maura?
That's all I have for now. I don't know if Jared has anything to add.
Hi, Jared.
Good morning, commissioners, Maura, everyone. I think Maura's handling it really well, as we discussed on the phone, so I've got nothing additional to add at this point.
Okay, thanks for tuning in. I had one thing I wanted to talk about with the commissioners and the staff that came to my attention when I was two ways. One, when I was reading the be it further resolved sections and also speaking with a member of the public, there she is yesterday, about, and maybe reading some other notes that have come through. So it's on the last page, point 2. It says owners of properties that are currently governed by the land use code deed restriction will remain on that version of the land use code that applies to their property and will not be offered the option to sign the 2010 covenant. Originally, that felt right to me because we had not heard from anybody who was on the land use code that they wished they were on the covenant. In fact, we've been hearing from people on the covenant that they wish they were on the land use code. And so it hadn't occurred to me that there might be people on the land use code that actually would, now that it's come to their attention, and they have a more thorough understanding, might be interested in signing the 2010 covenant. I personally like that idea because I think the reason the covenant was developed, that's what I've heard from Ginny Gordon and others, was to clarify the land use code, right? As well as, yeah, really clarify the how it would be implemented based on the purpose. And so anyway, I'm in favor, I think, but I want to hear from you guys of letting people who are currently on the land use code adopt the 2010 covenant with or without section 11, depending on how that comes out. I just want to talk about that as an opportunity or an option. And I'd love to hear from staff if they feel like there's any downside to that.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because that point was not something I really considered either.
Yeah.
I kind of dismissed it, honestly, but I'm curious your thoughts on it, because I think it does create, it gives perhaps people who are on the land use code when the 2010 amendment came into, or 2010 covenant came into place, maybe they didn't fully understand it or weren't present, or for whatever reason kind of missed that boat, and now retroactively are thinking that that could be beneficial. I'm curious.
Yeah, well, I think it's no secret that the county has been trying to move people to the covenant over the past 15 years. So I would say from our perspective, the more people on a covenant, the better, for ease of administration and consistency in the terms. That really was the intention of the covenant, was to provide the clarity that's not so present in the land use code, especially the earlier versions of the land use code. I think we've done, some work to try and update the land use code over time, but it still does not have the level of detail and clarity that the covenants have in terms of how this will be administered. So I think if that's something the board wants to consider offering, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think my only recommendation would be that it be kind of a one-time offer, the same way that these other offers are, and that it be given for some limited period of time, and not that we're forever offering the 2010 covenant to people moving forward, that this would be, you have a set period of time to elect to sign the 2010 covenant, but outside of that, we would continue to offer only the 2023 covenant to new purchasers, as we have been doing since
Or the one that's whatever.
version has most recently been adopted.
Okay, that I like that idea because it's consistent. We're basically offering anybody who's either on the land use code or a version of the covenant, other than those on property specific covenants, which we can't change. We're giving everyone the same opportunity to go to the 2010 covenant or stay on whatever they are. That's how that would be, like, that's the gist of it, right?
Everybody that's on the land use.
Everybody gets everybody gets an opportunity to go on to the 2010 covenant.
For the exception of the people within the last 3-year statute of limitation.
They could also go back to land use code. Yeah, right. Lance?
Sure, if we're trying to get everybody an opportunity to get on the right seat on the bus, now's the time. And I agree with Maura that we should keep the time frame the same for that offer as all the other possibilities for people, so that there's not two different dates. So
Agree. Yeah. Okay.
And that would be 110 properties.
Okay.
We'd be talking about in addition to the 117.
Okay, who would have the opportunity? Okay, because that's how many are on a version of the land use code. Okay. So that would require an amendment to the resolution as well.
I have one.
Oh.
Suggested.
Just take out, will be offered instead of.
yeah, if we strike the word not in
Well, it
section 2, that starts us. but then
that
it's
starts
two.
us.
It probably needs to go under the be it resolved.
Yeah, so I would recommend, or I would propose an amendment. I don't need to propose, I would suggest an amendment for the first be it resolved, add subsection 1C,
Mm-hmm.
which would state for those properties that are on the land use code deed restriction. The county will offer the owners of the property the option to sign the 2010 covenant. And then I would amend. Under the be it further resolved.
Yeah.
I would amend the first sentence of part 1 to say. This action is limited to a one-time offer only to those deed restricted properties referenced above.
Yeah,
And for subsection 2, I would either remove that entirely or amend it to state. Owners of properties that are currently governed by the land use code deed restriction and who do not elect to take this one-time offer to sign the 2010 covenant will remain on the version of the land use code that applies to their property, period.
can you read that one more time, please? It made sense, but.
So would restate it to say owners of properties that are currently governed by the land use code deed restriction and who do not elect to take this one-time offer to sign the 2010 covenant will remain on that version of the land use code that applies to their property, period.
I like that. One thing I wondered is, do we need to in any way or for any reason clarify any version of the land use code since there are so many versions? Or is that implied? That, or
I think
are
it's-
just unnecessary?
Yeah. Cause I don't think we would distinguish based on which version of the
No.
land use code anyone's on.
Right, so it's just the land use code, yeah, and we recognize that there are different versions that apply to different properties, okay. I like that. Other commissioners? Nodding, okay. What else?
If I could, per the, first issue that was brought up regarding section 11.
Mhm.
It is applicable just to the county, and the county's ability to purchase a home. If the county were to then resell that home at a loss, that's the trigger point upon which this price appreciation cap would come into effect. I think we're talking about nothing that has occurred during my time here, maybe something that was triggered during the last recession, but I think you could simply strike section 11 from the 2010 version of the land use code as it applies to the county's rights to implement that price appreciation cap. I'm just trying to think of a way to provide some assurance to folks rather than coming back for a Scrivener's error in the future. That's just a thought that I wanted to offer so that you could try and bring some finality to this.
Okay, thanks.
Maura, does your interpretation of the language agree with Mike's that this only applies to the county? And that if we were to forego that entire section, that would streamline and simplify and allow us the opportunity to proceed?
Yes, it is a provision that is a benefit or a right conferred on the county only rather than the property owner. And so if that's something that you wanted to just strike from the covenant, I think we could do that. I want to think through how we represent that, because if it is removing an entire section, we have numbering
Right,
issues. So we may want to update the template to
Yeah.
not have a missing section, but
I like that idea also, and I would just like to have the time myself offline to read through that. I mean, there's a reason it was in there at one point, and so I appreciate you trying to streamline and all that, but I'd like to kind of look at that myself and let Maura look at it for more than, a few minutes before the meeting starts. And I would like, I think, tell me if you all agree that whatever resolution we pass includes the actual version of the covenant that we are going to be offering. And right now we don't have that, right? Because we have section 11 in there.
Yeah, I think that's critical. And I as well would like a little more time for research to be done and dig in. It just feels like there's some unanswered questions here that we should be crystal clear on.
Yeah, and it may be worth understanding better why we wanted that provision in the first
Yeah.
place. And so that you can fully understand if you wanna eliminate it entirely, if it continued in certain templates and it was really just removed from the Lawson template for a
Right.
particular reason. I think it would be helpful to better understand that.
I think so too. Um. Jared, anything for you to add on any of this? I assume you would raise your hand if you wanted to speak, but you've been so involved in this. I want to make sure we hear from you as well.
Nothing much to add, Commissioner Brown. I agree that this has to do with our, we do have the first right, and there's kind of a nuance of if we sold a house at a loss after we exercised the right, then we would have a right to encumber the property in some way. But I agree with the approach that I would agree that we could probably strike 11, but a little research is valuable. And I don't want to miss the fact that until we take action, that's our pressure cooker here is until we take action, we kind of have to wait and kind of hold people in abeyance. But we do want to get it correct. So that's the gambit. That's the challenge. But I wholeheartedly agree with Maura and Mike on these items. So
Okay, great. Anything else from either commissioner, thoughts you wanted to bring up or adjustments or questions?
I just wanted to bring up a point that a member of the public brought to me in the last couple of days. Clarifying the process moving forward, and they suggested that should be laid out in this resolution. But that is, that is kind of a separate process, as it were, but I just wanna just state that I feel that should be our very next step, is looking at the policies in place and making sure that it's laid out very clearly so that moving forward, we're making certain there's no missteps that are taken in regard to what we're trying to fix here.
Can I ask a question? When you say the process moving forward, I think my mind, there are two processes. There's one in terms of executing this reversion offer opportunity. And then there's also the process of just compliance going forward.
I'm speaking to compliance.
Okay.
moving forward.
Okay. So that's been on my mind too. And I know, we're trying to get this resolution and this decision made before compliance begins. But we have had a lot of complaints about how compliance went last time. I do feel like it should be much smoother this time because this is kind of the second time we're going through this more kind of thorough compliance. We have new staff, we have a complaint process, we have the reversion option. But I'm still wondering if we should take the time before we start compliance, which this doesn't necessarily hold up the reversion option, but before we start compliance to review those policies. And so this brings us to the question of the timeline and the suggestion in Jared's memo or Maura's memo that we would send out these reversion opportunity letters on August 5th and that we would, start the compliance. Can you all tell us a little bit more about the timeline for compliance and how you anticipate, if you know yet, how the reversion option would play into that and how our review of policies would happen and when?
Jared's ready to address that.
Where is he? There you go, Jared.
thank you, Commissioner Brown and everyone. So we've already begun having some of those conversations about how this would work. As I outlined in the memo, we did kind of change gears, and instead of running the reversion process kind of in parallel with the compliance process, we suggested trying to do the reversion process and then the compliance process thereafter. And what we would be doing during the time when people would be considering reversion is also having a conversation with the SMRHA board about our compliance procedures
Okay,
and walking through that in their meetings, potentially, it's actually in 2 weeks, and then again in September.
sorry, what's in
And
2 weeks, Jared?
the next SMRHA board.
Oh,
board
okay.
meeting.
Uh-huh.
So we were, one of the reasons we've kind of shifted in that approach is to allow us to address some of the questions that we know came up in our presentations in June and July, and get more clarity about the compliance process, share that education with SMRHA board members and get their feedback on that, and then kind of be poised to actually implement that after the reversion process is complete.
Okay, so what I hear you say, tell me if I got this right, is that before compliance would begin, we would have had, and I see it's at least a 2-month period, right? Because that's the time that everybody has to make a reversion decision, that we would use that time to review all the policies and the compliance approach. And that is done at SMRHA, but I hear you saying, but I do think this board, the County Housing Authority, would like to be part of that or at least get reported on that.
I attend those meetings and I'm happy to report out. And if you would like to join, we just have to notice them as a public meeting, which they already are. So
Okay.
it's
Okay,
available.
Great.
And I would just suggest, commissioners, that we would be reporting back after the SMRHA meetings of any, actions that are decided and any action that we need from the County Housing Authority to implement these kind of items as well.
okay, great. And I just want to make sure that all of those meetings are well, I mean, I know they're public meetings and, but they're well publicized so that people who have had concerns or issues with the compliance process are able to participate. And I'm just maybe a little extra, I'm looking at our communications person, sharing of that. Does that make sense?
Surely, we can make sure that we boost those even more. When we tend to have really good attendance last time with the housing needs assessment evaluation, but we can definitely push that messaging as well.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jared. Is there any concern with this sort of rough timeline that we're discussing right now that we would be holding up the town of Telluride's compliance schedule? Because I know SMRHA also works for them or with them.
So in the conversations we have had with Pam thus far, and I'm not sure if she's on the meeting and wants to speak to it herself, but in our conversations, the town of Telluride is currently planning on their compliance process in the new year. And if we are able to hit these marks as we're planning, we would be done in November with both of these processes, with only the kind of typical lingering of any compliance issues that have taken additional time at the end.
Sure,
So.
sure. Okay. But it's not entirely clear that we will initiate this process on August 15th. So it may drag on, but that probably not long enough to interfere with the town of Telluride. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think what I heard Jared say is that we do have a buffer the month
Mhm.
of December and
Yeah,
if we
Mhm.
have to go longer because of the holidays or whatnot, then we may slow up our town partners by a short amount of time, but the world will keep spinning.
Good. That's good. What else?
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
that. That's really helpful, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, anything else from the commissioners or staff, or should we open it up for public comment?
I'd like to hear public comment.
Okay, let's do it. So actually, we haven't talked through how we wanted to handle public comment. And sorry, I meant to get with you guys before this. But in the past, when we've been having a work session, we've had that like 2 rounds of public comment. I was thinking because this is legislative that we might just do one, but if you guys feel differently, I'm happy to do it as we have the last couple times.
willing to stick with the template. I feel like sometimes one and done, other ideas come up, other people have other angles and you get an idea. Let's hear it all. Let's
Okay.
thrash this out.
Let's do it.
Best as we can.
Okay,
Yeah, I support that. It's just
Okay.
so important to really, there's so many points that were brought up just within the last week, and I think people need the opportunity to really express. their
Perfect.
Thinking and
Okay.
that's where the evolution of thought happens here potentially.
love it. Okay, it worked well in the past. Okay. So we'll open up to public comment now and we'll do it as we did in the last few work sessions. Each person who wants to speak or ask questions or comment or whatever, will have 3 minutes. And the clerk can do that timing. And then we'll alternate between people in the room and people online. During the first round of public comment, as we have, the commissioners and staff will make notes of anything we are able to respond to. And also of things that we may need to get back to you on. I really want to try to avoid back and forth during each person's public comment, and I'm going to be careful about that myself because it's so tempting. But because we'll have 2 rounds, we'll have that opportunity for some sort of dialogue. So do you have a
No,
question
just-
about the process or are you ready
About
to?
the process.
Okay,
So.
I'm sorry.
No, my name is Lee.
Yeah, but you need to come up to the microphone. Okay.
I still want to talk about something else, but I just want one question.
Wait, can you come up to the microphone about the process? Yeah. And we will have 3 minutes to ask about the process.
Well, that's not what I want to talk about. It's a question I'm asking the board, because all of us that are in this room have been with us now for 3 years of dealing with this. I'm asking that the 3-minute time cap not be capped at 3 minutes. Because what it does is it messes up your train of thought and how you want to get things across. And so like if Jenny Gordon or Shelley or myself or Annalisa, or I want to talk, that when you hit 3 minutes, you're not done. 'Cause if you
Okay.
Take 4 minutes or 5 minutes, and there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us and some people on the thing. We should be able to make our time to get this meeting done and adjourned in the proper time. And all the time I've been spending with you guys, we've always gotten out on time. It hasn't run over, and that's what I'm asking for.
Okay, do you have a proposal for that? Just because we have
People
to,
talk, and just if they think it's gonna keep running, then say how much longer. Give them the time to talk, like we gave the time for you and Jared and everybody else to talk.
okay, let's hear from, we do have but go ahead, Maura, you've got something to offer here or suggest?
We have to give everyone the same amount of time, so I would say you could consider expanding the 3-minute time limit, but we need to give everyone the same opportunity.
So it can't be like an arbitrary thing where one of us says, how much longer do you need?
You got a good point. That's all.
Do the other commissioners have an idea about that?
Everybody have.
Half an hour? Yes, we understand what your
This
request.
is just too important to get shut off. 3 minutes.
If we go 5, I'd like to think that everybody here is able to speak succinctly and clearly. And if there is a point that someone else has made, you can simply say, I will agree with. I think that we've all, as Lee said, been working on this together for a while. So I expect that today there'll be new points brought up and not kind of start at the very beginning, because we've been working now for quite a while, and I hope that we're able to springboard from where we are.
Thank you.
That sounds good. Lara, did you want to speak to that as well?
Received a Question.
Sure. Can you
So-
introduce yourself, please?
A lot of these 5 minutes, there's questions that are posed. How is that gonna be handled? Because there was some confusion last time.
Okay,
So when those questions come up and they're for Maura or for Mike, how are those gonna be responded to?
okay. I thought I had mentioned that, but what we've tried to do in the past is as questions and comments come up that require a response, we will all be taking notes. And then after that first period of public comment, we will respond as we can. If we can't respond, we'll say we'll have to respond at a different time. And then we'll have a time for another round of public comments and then again a response. But we're going to try to avoid the back and forth because it can get kind of heated and not as functional as I think we'd all like. So does everybody feel comfortable with that now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I will then open public comment, and just to be clarified to the clerk, everybody will have 5 minutes. And as Lee pointed out, if you're about to wrap up and you need 5.15, we'll carry on for
Thank you.
that few seconds. All right, who wants to go first? Janie Gordon. Thank you.
One day this will end.
All
Sure of it. Oops. Hi, Jenny Gordon, Lawson Hill property owner. In regard to section 11 in the
Mhm.
covenant, I just want to clarify that the reason that there is a concern is because if that is left remaining in the 2010 covenant, Lawson Hill people will be unable or should not be signing it because of a direct conflict with the declarations. And I gave you all a copy of the declarations where you could see what that provision is, but it specifically disallows people from entering into a covenant that could price restrict in any way their property. So that's the reason that this is a big deal. There's also a reason why it's no longer in the covenant. And my homework said that as of 2015, Jake McTeague's covenant for El Tesoro was the first one that dropped that provision. But it seemed to be in all of the ones from 2010 to 2015. And then it was dropped. And I think it was for good reason. I don't know what your minutes are all will reflect in the county, but there was a legal conflict with people being able to sign it based on a 26 declaration amendment for Lawson Hill. I can't speak to the other HOAs.
Was that 20? Yeah, okay, thank you.
I'm really glad that you are allowing the LUC people to go to the 2010 covenant. I was wondering why that wasn't in there, so thank you for that. I'm also glad that you're going to reference or look at the procedures, because I think that is the elephant in the room. The covenant and the restrictions and all are one thing, but how they are implemented is another. And it's confusing now because we have people on LUC, people on different version of covenants. The enforcement has been using a single kind of template, and I think it really needs to be addressed. And there's a lot of things that have to be determined relative to physical presence, how you're going to define that, and self-employed people, how they're going to be, their feet are going to be held to the fire. So thank you very much for specifying the need for that to be part of this process, although not part of your resolution. The timeline that's being offered, this is the first I've heard of it. It's in your resolution, but it will be determined. And I just heard Anne say something about 2 months for people to determine whether they want to do this reversion or not. And if you can imagine all of these hundreds of people in a 2 month time period, I'm not sure that's really realistic. I think there's going to have to be some kind of meetings, whether Lawson has its own meeting or whether we have some kind of joint session with everybody to try to explain. They're not going to know where they are. They're not going to, and you're going to try to explain the differences between where they could go. But if they want to hire attorneys and review this is not in the Lawson community. It's not a highly informed community when it comes to these legal documents. And I am concerned that the 2 months may be inadequate. And yet I want to say overall, we really appreciate the fact that you've gone to the trouble to listen to the community, listen to the problems, accept the mistakes that have been made, and go to this level. I mean, it almost makes me cry. Thank you very much. And I guess that's all I need to say right now. Thank you.
Gonna make me cry thinking about everything you've put into this for 15, 20 years, Jenny. Moving to somebody online. Of course, I just happened to get kicked out. Any hands online? Can someone help me? Okay, let's go back to who else in the room would like to speak. Hi, come on up. Shelley Duplan.
Hi, Shelley Duplan, El Tesoro Ranch Homeowners Company. I want to bring some perspective and history from some of the owners that I've heard from through this process, and some that have been here through the process in the land use code, through the covenant creation, that don't like public speaking. I don't necessarily like it either. But just wanted to let their voices be heard, because what I'm hearing is that they don't necessarily agree with the historical versions that have been shared. and agreed to, or, you know, the versions of by the county. And that kind of makes me have to go back in time and kind of talk about the history a little bit. And that history, you know, started with the land use code, obviously, and with all the plats and then plat notes, and that, you know, there's the language that talks about, in those original plat notes, and I think that's for all of the 4 HOAs that we were discussing earlier, that talked about that there was a limitation on amendments, and that limitation to the deed restriction that may not be amended without the consent of the owner. And that's really important because in 2000, the county took that language out unilaterally. And maybe that's something that we have to look at, historically, and how that played out. I don't want to live too long in history, but that's key here, because then that is the origin of the covenant. The origin of the covenant was brought about because of so many owners that are insecure about the number of changes that were happening in the land use code, and they wanted to make sure that the ongoing changes were not going to be applied to them. And so that is the origin of the covenant, and the reason that I'm hearing of why that came about, in addition to having clarity on how the enforcement and it was going to take place. And so what does that mean exactly? Like if those rights were taken away to approve those amendments under the land use code and the covenant was created, is that, you know, covenant created unlawfully? You know, some people were like, yeah, it was, but I don't want to suggest that the covenant be rescinded. I mean, I think there's definite good benefits to it. What I'm suggesting, and what many people I'm hearing from, is you've got to give them the choice also, to revert back to the land use code if they so wish to do that. And so that means, you know, you've allowed those land use code people to go to the covenant. You've allowed everybody on the covenant to go back to the original 2010 covenant, you know, but those are the group of people that you're not allowing a choice to. And those are the people on the covenant to revert back to the land use code. I don't think there's going to be a mass exodus, you know, back to the land use code. You know, that's, I know at the last meeting I heard from you that, you know, there are concerns about that. But give them the choice, and, you know, because those choices were taken away from people. And, you know, this whole process of having and ensuring fair and consistent treatment, you know, that hasn't happened in this process over time. And when, you know, people aren't given a choice and things are, you know, those rights are taken away from them, I think it's really important to restore those rights. You know, and there's those situations where you've got, you know, someone that had purchased a home, deed restricted home, let's say in 2015, and the seller was under a land use code in 2015. And that 2015 buyer was made and forced to sign a current covenant, not given the option. I mean, we all recognize that those options were not given. But under the scenario you're considering today, that covenant holder can't go back to the land use code in 2015. That's not fair. That's really not fair. And so I would just encourage you to open up just that final piece of allowing people to revert. And, you know, if you're worried about remote workers, you know, maybe there is a way for you to make an exception. You know, you've made exceptions in the past. Maybe those people that revert back to a land use code that have that option, maybe there's an exception that, you know, you come up with language about no remote workers. I don't know how you I don't know how you articulate that, but that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
Before I call someone, let me just make this note. Okay. Anyone else in the room like to speak? Lee Rufa.
Hi, my name is Lee Rufa. I'm one of the Aldesaro homeowners, and what I'd like to kind of look at today, instead of pointing out the individual points that we're discussing, I want to kind of go through a timeline of where this county thing has gone. And all these things I'm gonna bring up all loop back around to where we are today. About 3.5 years ago, my wife and I were requested to provide documentation on our approval for living in Aldesaro. And as I was going through the process and viewing everything with them, I filled out my documentation as cleanly as possible, sent it back in, and Courtney basically said, it's incomplete. And I said, what are you talking about? I have a plat. I have my deed restriction on the plat. Here's my deed restriction. Here's what it said. She said to me, nope, that doesn't work. We have a new land use code. Your land use code changes and you have to comply and do all this stuff. And I said, Val, once again, how can you force something on me that's recorded on my plat? We went back and forth. She was asking me questions about how much money do you make? My deed restriction says primary income, doesn't have income, doesn't have any of that kind of stuff. She asked, do you own property other than San Miguel County? I said, I replied back on the response. I own no other property in San Miguel County or the 3 adjacent counties that you're affected by. Well, we didn't know what else you own. I'm like, why? It's not part of my deed restriction. So at this point, we're starting to go back and forth. And I reached out to my friend who's in the county commissioners and I said, Lance, sorry, this is wrong. I am getting railroaded here. I'm getting treated wrong. Then I had to deal with the housing attorney. And by the way, where is she today? She should be here. She's making decisions. And she said, we need to work through these things. And I provided equitable solutions. Like, if you want to know about my income, let me provide an affidavit from my CPA. That's enforceable. She said, no. I want to review it myself. That's invasion of my privacy. It's not part of my deed restriction. Make a long story short, we finally got through the process, got myself approved, and I got retired. Then I started thinking about this whole thing. What have I done wrong? I want to file a complaint. She literally treated me horribly. And this was a common thread. I reached out to Mike, talked to him briefly, and he went ghost on me. Obviously need to talk to legal counsel. Kept asking what to do. About a year later, we're able to come up with a complaint process. But the irony is, on the complaint process, it's reviewed by the people that, such as Mike, that are defending the way the county needs to move in a process going forward. We'll get there in a second. So now let's just wrap this all the way around. We had big government gone afoul. Took me 2 years to prove it. We've been 3 years into this now. And you guys said, oh, you're right. We had 3 legal reviews. How much did you guys spend with that? A lot of people. The first person said, right, runs with the plat. Next legal review said, runs with the plat. Third legal review said, runs with the plat. 9 months go by. Now you're here today saying, here's what we're going to do for the county. And I'm thinking about this. I just got railroaded by the government. And now we're back with the government. I'm just going to use the government as a general term between housing authority and county commissioners. And I have to remind you, you guys are elected officials by the people, for the people. And I called each and every one of you. First one I spoke to, she was great. I was concerned. And she says, I have a real concern too. She was back with us back when she was a planning zone. And she said, this is over my pay grade. We need to refer this up to the Board of County Commissioners because you have some legitimate concerns. And then I talked to my friend Lance. And Lance was great too, except the way I see Lance is he's trying to do what's right by the community. He looked at it, he looked at everything and said, here's some of the compromises, but I think this is right. And then I referred to Ann. And I'm sorry, Ann, but it just went into a real estate thing about how much money we're going to make if we're on the land use code. Just started talking about we're not going to spend our resources talking to people because why? Maura and myself have gone through the process and we talked to the people that were involved back when the covenants were made. But what Maura keeps forgetting to say, and when you keep forgetting to say, I was part of that process like Jenny Gordon was. Those covenants were made because big government was threatening to change the land use code on us when you didn't have the right to do that. No one keeps mentioning that. So we keep going through this whole thing, and now we're with a resolution. You guys worked really hard to come up with it. But remember, 3 weeks ago, or 2 sessions ago, Maura flat out said, the covenant or the land use code that runs with the property is when the property was brought into that subdivision. And in your latest revision, you said, if you want to jump onto the land use code, it's when you purchase the property. We corrected Jared twice in those meetings. Jared says, well, when you built your house, when you bought your property, it should be the land use code. And Maura corrected him too. So why are we going number one to that new land use code when in fact it should be the original? Number two, let's talk about the covenant. This goes back to choice. We can sit here and we can talk about all the different issues. We can talk about, like, should we have people with free market homes selling to go into deed restriction? Or is this land use code right? Or what did the forefathers want to say? But it's really simple. It boils down to choice. It may not be the choice you guys want. It may not be the choice that's best for the county, but it's a choice that's the best for the people to restore faith. The reason why we're not so well attended, as I've learned through this whole deed-restricted process, is no one wants to rock the boat. And so I'm asking you guys, you have a chance to do something great today. You have a chance to do right by the people, restore the faith in this whole system, and make it happen. If you don't, this is still going to keep going because you keep changing the rules. And that's all I have to say.
I'm sorry, I need to ask for a point of clarification.
Please.
What is it that you're actually asking for right now?
So,
Something
okay,
about
no,
the
I'll be
people who,
very
wait,
clear.
what is your suggestion? Yeah,
It's very clear.
yeah.
Anybody who came on to the covenant in 2010,
Mm-hmm.
they did it under the wrong reasons.
So
We
you,
were all told that the county was going to change the land use code for us, on us. And so people signed it voluntarily. I was at these meetings. It was always the same underlying thing. So give people a choice to go back to the land use code
Okay.
that was part of that subdivision. Maura, in her conversations with us at those past couple meetings, said after your 3 legal reviews, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it runs on the plat, correct?
Generally, yes.
So the answer is yes.
okay, I think I,
Generally-
Okay, so
Yeah.
what I'm saying is,
Mhm.
so she said specifically, I bought an Aldesaro, I got a 92 deed restriction. That's when the subdivision came in to play. That should be my land use code. And you just said in your revision that whenever the person bought the property or bought the house, that's the land use code it goes with. Read carefully. At least that's the way I'm interpreting it, unless you're telling me I'm wrong.
okay, we'll address that when we
Okay.
go on. Okay.
Any other questions?
No, thank you so much. So you're basically requesting the same thing that Shelley requested
What I'm requesting is to do right by the community.
Yeah.
Yes.
with that. Yeah,
Mhm.
okay. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're gonna put that down as a question to respond to. Anybody else in the room care to? Oh, we have someone online. Matthew Legault, thank you, Annalisa. You may unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you'd like.
So I would just like to say something from a case that I pulled, Buick versus Highland Meadow. When interpreting a restrictive covenant, courts would enforce it as written if it is clear on its face. When interpreting an unclear covenant, courts resolve all doubts against the restriction and in favor of free and unrestricted use of the property. This concept goes back to at least the 80s when I was looking at it. And this is that idea of if something is ambiguous, the county and the housing authority has always made it their goal to, well, whatever we want, not what is the least restrictive. The law says least restrictive, but they haven't liked that in the past. My biggest concern is enforcement at this point. What are the plans to actually follow the law? As previously, attorneys just completely ignored the words in the covenant as they knew people didn't have the funds to fight or the time. This is wrong to do to people. In my case, for example, they even shared my taxes with people without my permission, which not only violates the covenant, but federal law. They did not care. The root of the problem is you went hard on doing what you wanted, not what was right. How are you going to enforce this in the future and actually not screw over people? Also, I do agree at the very least, if someone signed from the land use code, they should be given the option to revert. I believe there was maybe like 10, 15 people from the previous discussions that you said would fall under that. If they are the original person who signed it and they still own it, I think it'd be reasonable to allow them to revert to the land use code. It's very few people that it's going to affect. If you want to add language to the land use code that defines the employee, I think that would also be acceptable, just so that there isn't that confusion of remote workers. I know that's a big concern. And then lastly, someone had mentioned before that there are people in Lawson or in other communities who are not super legally versed. If there's anyone who's trying to contemplate what decision to make, I would be happy to sit down with them as an attorney and go through it with them at no charge. And that goes for anybody in any of the communities around here.
Thank you, Matthew. That's very generous of you. Is your question, how are we going to enforce compliance with the covenant by San Miguel Regional Housing Authority? Is that your question?
So
What's
how are
in-
you guys going? So the law is you're supposed to look at something so that it is narrow. The interpretation of the covenant by the county historically has been broad, not narrow, which is the opposite. How are you guys going to, if there's language in there and you want it to be one way, how are you going to look at it in the future, and how are you going to use that against people? Because I had problems with the previous attorney, and I told her, where does it say that in there? And she said, I don't care. We're not letting you get away with this. I don't care if it's in the covenant. I don't care what the law says. We're not letting you get away with that. And I'm like, are you kidding me? It's either in the covenant or it's in the law. Like, how are you as an attorney doing that? That broke my brain a little bit, hearing that from an attorney.
Okay, I think I get your question, so we'll look at that too. Thanks. Annalisa.
Sorry, in a meeting. But I did type.
Just wait till you get up to the microphone, and please introduce yourself for people who.
Got it. My name is Annalisa Riebel. Thank you for the enormous effort that this undertaking is demanded. I personally consider service to your community members absolutely essential. As a title professional, my entire career has been focused on ensuring and defending the property rights of the community that I call home. At a most basic level, the properties, a total of some 117 in question, were subject to specific limitations on title when they committed to investing in their homes. It is simply inequitable to treat any of these people or properties differently than those purchased in the past approximate 3 years. They should all be offered the same options. As a basic right of ownership, they should be afforded the right to choose either to stay on or revert to the LUC that was imposed at the time of development on the plat, or adopt either the 2010 or current covenant. All future owners of those properties should be offered whatever the current owner has voluntarily subjected their property to, that being either LUC or 2010 covenant, or they may voluntarily elect to consent to subject the property to the most current covenant. Only the individual can decide what is best for their specific situation. The 2010 covenant, while intended to simplify and adopt what was considered less restrictive at the time, may not, in fact, be the best choice for an individual in a current set of circumstances. None of the homes in question located in Lawson Hill, Aldo Soro, Two Rivers, or San Bernardo that were developed under the LUC received grants of public funds to defray the construction costs. Other properties developed at a later date may or may not have received grants, had specific covenants applied to them at the time of development and consented to. Some properties may have subsequently received public funds through the exercise by the county of the option to purchase a property out of foreclosure. This will not eliminate the stock of affordable housing. It will merely preserve a class of affordable housing that individuals who do not qualify for the 2023 covenant as recently adopted and yet cannot attain a free market property. As the county intends to apply the 2023 covenant or the version most recently adopted at the time to all newly developed deed restricted properties, these community members, who I would argue are essential, will be left out of the equation. Keep in mind that some of the individuals may elect to subject their property to the 2010 or newer version of the covenant.
as long as it is not in conflict with any restrictions to title that currently exist. For example, the covenants and conditions and restrictions or the planned unit development agreement under which the property was subdivided. I do have one specific concern regarding the language physical presence with reference to compliance. When left for future staff interpretations, this could create future conflict. Since we have just experienced the consequences of past staff interpretation, I would give pause to including this verbiage when attempting to provide fair and consistent treatment to our community members going forward. Thank you again for addressing these issues.
Thank you.
And I'll email it.
Thank you. That'd be great. Anybody else online? Let's see, anybody hands, anyone else in the room? Sure.
Jake McTeague, owner in El Tesoro. So a few questions and then some comments. So it's my understanding that since I bought in 2015, that I would have to remain on the 2010 covenant, correct? I would not have the option to go to the LUC.
Correct.
Correct, okay. If someone bought within 3 years from today, from an individual that was on the original LUC, they would have the option to go to the LUC? Correct?
Someone bought today.
No, within the past
3 years.
They would have, from an individual, previous owner that was on the LUC, they would have the right to go to the LUC. Okay, personally, I don't understand that logic at all. So someone that just bought in 3 years for an individual that, from an owner on the LUC, could go to the LUC, but I bought 10 years ago and I did not have that option. I mean, explain to me how that makes sense.
I think we'll get to that after
Okay, it's a
the public
rhetorical
comment.
question.
Yeah, no, we'll talk about
But
that.
it makes no sense.
I think you're making the same point that Lee and Shelley did, and I think we need to talk about that, but we'll
Right,
do it.
And some more.
Yeah,
then
after public
comments here. Maura, you said it's no secret that the county is trying to move owners towards the most recent covenant. And that's great that you can say that. And it was clearly no secret that that was an agenda from your previous attorney. Matt made a comment here about how that individual said they did not care about what it said. That is complete steering, which is highly illegal. That is against fair housing. Additionally, it's a taking of property rights. What that is doing, if you're forcing someone to sign a new covenant that makes a property more restrictive, you are taking value away. And you're supposed to offer the option. And that attorney had an agenda for a number of years. That was your administrator that is in charge of the San Miguel Housing Authority. You guys are the stewards. You are elected, as Lee said, to be here to represent us. Not what you want or what you think you want, but what is in place. And there was a clear violation intentionally by your administrator for years. And we as buyers would sit down at the closing table and we were handed a document by your administrator, your attorney, and forced to sign that, given no time for review. It clearly says in the regulations that we're supposed to have time, ample time to review. What is ample time? Is it 5 minutes at a signing table without an attorney? Or is it 2 weeks? Should be 2 to 3 weeks to review it with an attorney if you want. I sat here 2 years ago in front of you, the 3 of you, asking for an exception. And we don't need to go into what that exception was for, but the attorney said we will grant that exception if you move from the 2010 covenant to the 2023 covenant. And I said, no, I'm not interested in that. It's recorded. You can go back to that meeting. And she said they said it's moot. It doesn't matter because when the next person buys your property, they will have to sign that covenant. That is totally incorrect. They don't have to. So the only remedy here really that I see is you need to go back to the plat, to the LUC from 1993. The only changes that should be made to any individual property is if that homeowner decided to make the property more restrictive, or if the new buyer decides as such to make the property more restrictive. They want to do that, great, that's their prerogative, but they need to have the time to review. And additionally, when I have heard several stories of people going in to get qualified and they're told by the housing authority, here's the 2023 covenant or whatever the most recent covenant is, you need to qualify under here. That's incorrect. That individual needs to qualify for what that property's LUC is or covenant. So really the only option here is to go back to the original 1993 covenant. If you would like to think outside the box and work with specific subdivisions, El Tesoro or San Bernardo or Lawson, and say, hey guys, let's, collectively come together, let's work together as two sides and clarify the 1993 LUC so it's a little clearer, maybe something closer to 2000 covenant, but that's fine. But you can't just unilaterally put more restrictions on it. I mean, you guys, like, honestly, it almost feels like you're opening yourself to a class action suit from all these subdivisions due to your of not having proper oversight of your administrator. And the three of you are in charge of the administrator. You failed. I know this is before when some of you were here, but it's still on your watch when this individual is making those decisions unilaterally. Maybe ignorantly you did not know, but it falls on you. And you're in no place to make a resolution today. None.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jake. I see some hands online. Does anyone know who came up first? Was it Ann Britt or Adam? Ann Britt. Ostlund, please unmute yourself and you're welcome to put on your video as well.
Hey, everybody. Just wanted to say thank you so much for all of your hard work on this. I know it's been a lot and a long process. I just wanted to quickly say, I'm sorry, I'm a El Tesoro deed restricted homeowner as well. And I just wanted to let you know that I agree with Matt Legault, Lee Rufa, Jake McTeague, Shelley, and Annalisa's comments. I just wanted to put in that 2 cents. That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room as we alternate? Yes, please.
Larry Young. I too would like to thank and put my 100% agreement in Shelley and Lee and Jake. And I think it's important in listening to them. These are people's stories and your actions in the past. And I feel like today, this resolution continues to make things divisive among the property owners. And there are so many stories. My neighbor followed me here 35 years ago, fell in love with my roommate, married her, became a builder, built a house in El Tesoro. He fell under the original, under the original LUC. They encouraged us to do the same. We weren't able to do it for many years. We had housing and worked at Grayhead as property managers. And then we were able to buy a deed restricted property in the Mountain Village. And I would encourage the county to look at how the Mountain Village has done it historically. And then we had the opportunity and were able to save enough to buy a lot. And we weren't able to build on it for years, but we sold our deed restricted. And that same neighbor was convinced twice, first to sign the 2010 covenant and then to sign the 2017 covenant. And they should be given the choice, like Jake, that I feel that I have, but I'm not entirely sure, even after 4 days of research and meeting with the county, the choice to revert back to the original land use code, if that is the best scenario for them and the investment they put in this community for 35 years. I don't believe this was ever meant to be homes for property for W-2 workers. I feel the original LUC has served the function of creating and maintaining employee housing for those who primarily live and work in San Miguel County. This has not become housing for remote workers with big bank accounts, as some of you referred to as tech pros. And if this was going to happen, it would have happened since COVID and beyond. The victims of your fears and the 20 amendments and the forced covenants, and they may not be yours, but what you've inherited, when I say yours, are not those tech bros. The victims are sitting here and they've told you their stories. And I feel like your local community of hardworking, long investing, amazing people are the victims of this, if you choose this resolution today. And I hope that you listen to all these stories and make, do what Annalisa described just perfectly and succinctly. And then I have a couple questions. And to say why it's not well attended, it's not just for what Lee mentioned, but it's because people are working and people have small children and people don't have the bandwidth, and they're trusting that their best interests are being represented by all of you here in this room. And I wouldn't want to be Maura. What a shit show to inherit. And I appreciate her answering all of my questions. But I asked that you look at the letter that Shelley sent, because I think 2 of those things were addressed and they still haven't been addressed. And that's a letter from, when was it?
September 2024.
So almost a year ago. And there's a lot of things in there that need to be addressed before you can make a resolution. So I asked that happens, and I'm not going to read them off because they've been presented, they've been reiterated, but they still haven't been answered. And that I find you're not representing me, you're not representing my HOA that has been very diligent and very professional. So I ask that those things be answered. And then I have a couple other questions. So Maura said, generally, when Jake had asked about the deed being attached, from the time I did research, and it looks like I'm on the original LUC. But am I generally, or am I that other person that's not generally? So there's a lot of things that need to be answered. You need to do education sessions. You need to thoroughly educate yourselves so that we really fix this problem. And in my meetings yesterday, I didn't feel like anyone had all the answers and that everything was ready for a resolution. And I asked, as my community members did, that it's equitable, it's fair, and that the LUC isn't broken, the original one, but the system is certainly broken. And so I asked that people are allowed to return to the original LUC, and if they choose the 2010 covenant, which so much work was put into. Thank you.
Thank you, Lara. Mike, can I borrow your charger, please? Thank you. Perfect. I'd be tangled up with that one. Thank you. Okay, moving back to online, Adam D'Alva. Adam, can you unmute yourself?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Adam Dialva, I'm also an owner up in Aldestaro. I'd like to echo what everyone with public comment has basically said up until this point. I purchased last year, so we were one of the few that were asked to sign the 23 covenant without really any other option. I understand that with what we're discussing and what's proposed in this resolution, I would probably be given the option to go back to the 2010. I spoke with the previous owners of this lot. I believe Russ and Kim Montgomery, they were part of the development of the 2010 covenant when that happened. And I guess a long way of saying, they informed me that the reason they went to the 2010, they had such a voice in signing that, was because of the uncertainty about what was happening with the land use code and changes that were going to be made to it. So to be confident in their footing, they wanted to have a covenant in place that they could sign. Me as a property owner, it was a point of confusion when I purchased my home with the plat notes stating, I was governed by in perpetuity with the property, the original LUC and deed restriction language that was in the plat and land use code at the time of Aldestaro being established and platted. So to cut it short, I would like the opportunity to clean up my title work, to get everything on the same page, and have the right to go back to the original platted land use code, if not just the 2010. But I would like the option. Other than that, thank you for all your hard work on this, and that's all I had to say.
Thanks, Adam. Anybody else in the room? It looks like we've covered everybody. Anybody else online? No. Okay. So I have tried to capture what I see, and I hope other people will chime in if you found other questions or comments we need to respond to. Some of them I do think are process related, like how can we be sure that the compliance is done properly? And I think that is something that we will be addressing when we go through the policies. I don't think that needs to be part of the resolution. I don't think anybody up here disagrees that the way the compliance was done last time was perhaps more, I don't know what I want to say. I want to say that I agree with the people. I understand the people who have had trouble in the last round, and we absolutely don't want that to happen again. So as we review the policies and the procedures, we will put in place something that ensures that that won't happen. My understanding that is through the complaint process that should be taken care of, as well as through the appeal process. But if it isn't, then we need to change that. And I did hear the comment about how the complaints are actually made to kind of the people you're complaining against. And so we need to look at that as well. I'm just trying to think did anyone else pick up on anything else that was related to the process and the enforcement of of the appropriate process?
No, that was all this note I had.
That was what I got. Okay. Let me just see. And that includes, somebody had asked, Annalisa had said, how will the physical presence requirement be applied? And I think that is also something that will be clarified when we go through procedures and process. Does that make sense? I'm seeing a nod. Okay. And then beyond that, the primary, this one might be a little bit easier than the big one, is Ginny Gordon's point that 2 months to make a decision about whether, how, to accept a reversion option isn't sufficient, that people need to hire attorneys. I know that education is part of the process that we had talked about. And I do think that's important, and the idea of getting all that pulled together and everybody properly noticed and people able to hire attorneys by November 15th, which is kind of the original deadline, may be aggressive. So I think what I would suggest, and maybe the other commissioners would love to hear from you, is that we request from our team and I think this was intended to happen at some point, just a more detailed outline of the reversion process and a really giving thought to how long each step would really take, so that we can decide yeah, how that will go. Does that make sense to you all?
It does.
Okay, Lance?
Yeah, I think that we have already indicated that we're willing to take the time we need, and if we upset the self-imposed timeline for compliance this year, but get this right, I'm happier than if we rush.
Me
So-
too. Okay. So then Jared and Maura, I think that's on you to come back with the flushed out timeline for the reversion process. And I feel like maybe well, I'm not sure. Is that our priority, or is our priority getting the resolution in place so that they can use that to direct the process?
I mean, I would pose that question to Laura and Jared, who will be doing the work, but in my mind, having an understanding of what, flushing out the resolution and understanding the work that is going to take to actually work through this reversion process is going to dictate the timeline.
I think that's right. Okay, so let's continue work on the resolution, and then once that's resolved or approved, then we will ask for that more detailed timeline and make sure that all of us and any members of the public who want to weigh in are comfortable with the timeframes that we're suggesting. That makes sense? Okay. And then I think the big question or suggestion is that we should allow people who signed the 2010 covenant to the option of going back to their platted land use code, or the land use code that was identified on their plat, the deed restriction identified on their plat. And that is something that we had talked about before, and our concern, and I'm just trying to summarize our previous discussions, was that that would open, if we allowed people who signed the 2010 covenant to go back onto the land use code, that would allow that would basically take us back to the pre-2010 covenant. And there were 4 problems there. One, the sort of lack of clarity, that was the big one, lack of clarity, and then the concern about the land use code evolving. So that is, depending on why people chose it, that's what they're asking, is to go back. Our concern, I think we talked about the last meeting, is if we let folks go back or allow them to go back to the land use code, that we would be opening up the purchase opportunities to people who don't make their living in the R1 school district. And I remain concerned about that. And at the same time, I heard a suggestion that maybe we could add another document that says that, yes, you're on the 99 land use code, but with this exception. We would add that layer, but in my mind, that's kind of what the 2010 covenant does. So so I think, yeah.
At that point, I just want to note that suggestion seems to be precisely what people were concerned about with the land use code. By trying to clarify the definition of employee, if we let everyone go back to the land use code, could be viewed as a more restrictive change.
Exactly.
So I just don't know how we would implement that to the satisfaction of everyone.
Oh, right.
I'm gonna correct you, you're wrong.
Wait, stop. We will definitely have another time for public comment, okay? We want to hear from you, but we're not going to go back and forth. Let's give her the opportunity to speak out. So can you say that one more time, Maura?
So
If we let people who signed the 2010 covenant and felt they did that under, it was misrepresented to them or misunderstood, which, by the way, okay, because we were interpreting the evolving land use code differently at the time. But you're saying if we let those folks go back to the earlier land use code, the issue is?
So part of the justification for the covenant was to more clearly articulate how the county was interpreting and viewing the employee standard under the land use code. And that's part of the concern that we've addressed about if we put people back on the land use code, we're losing that clarity. The suggestion has been made that if people go back to the land use code, we somehow adopt an amendment to the definition of employee or have some exception or something, but that to me seems like the very same problem, to create the very same problem that we were in before, where amendments to the land use code that were viewed as more restrictive shouldn't have been applied. So I don't know how we could adopt a
Right.
clearer definition of the.
Because, okay, so let me see if I've got that right. I know, I can tell you've got it.
I got it.
That the land use code, we've said you can't adopt anything more restrictive, and yet what we would actually be doing in that case is adding something that's more restrictive.
On its face, it may be perceived as more restrictive because we're adding clarifying provisions, which would be viewed as additional requirements on what is the definition of an employee.
I have a question. Do we have an idea of how many people adopted or voluntarily chose to go on to the 2010 covenant at that time because of misinterpretation of the land use code?
I have no idea. I mean.
All of them.
Well, how many were at that moment? I'm just trying to get a picture.
Yeah,
I
how
don't
many
have the
people,
answer to that.
yeah, how many people went on to the 2010 covenant in 2010 is the question, right?
Because of their concerns over the misinterpretation, as I understand it, of the land use code. Being amended and that, people not having that certainty looking into the future with how that could affect their deed restriction. That is really what I'm gathering was the reason why people chose to go on the 2010 covenant, because there was misinterpretation of how the land use code applied to their properties.
I would have to look at the properties to know exactly how.
Yeah, and it's okay.
Based on the
if you don't have
time
that
period that
exact-
they signed it, I did look at this months ago, and I wanna say it was like 8 people.
Yeah, and that might be kind of arbitrary, but what I'm identifying is at that moment in time, people were misinformed. Could we agree with that? And
Well-
that's what I heard from public commentary today. is that
They
there's
were
concerns.
informed based on our legal interpretation at the time, which we
Right.
now feel was incorrect. So, yeah.
Um,
So you're saying when the 2010 covenant was adopted, you think only 8 people moved from the land use code to the 2010 covenant? That sounds,
Recollection of when I looked at this several months ago.
okay, we have to look at that
Based on the
again.
time.
Yeah.
What I could deduce. Based
Yeah.
on looking at when.
We're asking you for a piece of information that we don't expect to have in the top of your head. Let's forget that we even tried to estimate that.
and
Yeah.
I'm sorry to get
But that is-
needs there, but I think.
No, it's a
that
question.
point is
Yeah.
Really important and something that I feel we really need to hash out. It's like that era and time, what happened then?
Well, here's the thing. I don't think we can try to resurrect why they signed it, right? Because people, maybe they don't even own the property anymore. I think the bigger question is, is like, of all the people who signed it, should we be allowing them to go back on the land use code for, regardless of why they signed it, right? That's the question. Right? And maybe the question is how many of them are there? Because our concern as the commissioners, what we've discussed before, is that we would basically, in some ways, allow those properties to be available for sale to people who don't live and work or people who don't work in the district. That's our concern for going back to the land use code.
Which the original intent of the land use code as well. Which was
Right.
what spelled out as clearly as it could have been to meet our common era.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Mike, did you want to say something? I can't tell. Okay. All right, so this is, I think,
My only thing, we heard some comments about quotes from the previous housing authority attorney. We also heard some things like when I heard the reference to Russ and Kim's property. Just noting Kim was one of the administrators of the SMRHA board during the time that this covenant was developed and occurred. Former county attorney Amy Markwell entered voluntarily into the 2016 covenant. Steve Zwick and Kevin Geiger were working on this when they were there. So it wasn't as though, I don't think there was, I'm kind of shocked at how many both attorneys were of a very different interpretation. Now, granted, I think it was laudable that the board asked us to have outside legal review. But I also don't think that there was any ill intent
Right.
behind this. And I would just caution us to not go down rabbit hole that there was a sinister plan or that these folks lacked legal expertise when they were developing this.
Thank you for that context.
And I just want to add regarding the current county housing authority attorney, Lane Thomason. I consult with her regularly. She has provided consult directly to you all. She's not here today because we discussed whether that was necessary. And she doesn't have anything additional to say on top of what, we are translating the advice we're getting from her through to you, and Commissioner Brown, we discussed whether we wanted her here today. Decided that it wasn't necessary to take her time for this, but she is available when we need her.
Thank you. So commissioners, would you like to kind of talk through the idea of people on the 2010 covenant? Is it people, are we basically saying everybody would be offered to go back either to the land use code or the 2010 covenant, no matter what covenant they're on? That's the request. Yes.
Basically, we're gonna have a big pop-up.
Yeah.
And what some folks are saying is, don't worry, not everybody's gonna eat all the dessert. And we're concerned that there won't be enough dessert, and there'll be not enough housing for the folks that are required to be here in person in the next round of buyers. And I don't know that we're gonna get to the answer to that. Because that's just a guess. I think that what we do have to sort out is whether or not we feel that things were done fairly and right way back in the past, and previously were unwilling to talk about that because we felt like we'd made a big shift in our thinking, and we were going back to the covenant and feeling like we found a suitable compromise. What we've been hearing from everyone in the room today, as well as online, is that it's not enough. And so at this point, we're faced with that decision of how do we want to proceed? And we may want to try to talk about that publicly. We may want to ask Maura for more information, as Kalina did. We may want to all sleep on it. I'm not sure that any information is going to give us full clarity. And I do recall that Maura, last meeting that we had, did answer Shelley's question rather clearly, I thought, about the original 1991 land use code versus the removal of the language in 2000. Maura, could you repeat that for me? Because you said it so well, and I've been struggling to remember it. You still have that in your head?
I have it in my head.
Please.
Yeah, so to recap, the original land use code had a provision that said changes could not be made without owner consent unless those changes were more restrictive. Or, sorry, or less restrictive. Sorry.
We're with you.
Less restrictive. That provision was removed from the land use code in 2001. However, given our now interpretation of the land use code and how those deed restrictions should operate, the removal of that provision alone did not have any effect on the rights of those owners. So just by removing that provision didn't mean that suddenly the county could impose more restrictive changes without owner consent. Because under our now interpretation, the deed restriction is the one that applied when the property was deed restricted. And it can't be changed without owner consent, regardless of whatever amendments the county makes to the land use code, unless they're less restrictive.
Okay, thank you. I think, are we ready for a second round of public comment and questions? Does that sound right? Or do you want to talk through some more about the 2010 covenant people going, or everybody being offered to go back to the land use code?
Can I just make one?
Yes, please, Maura.
Clarifying.
Yeah.
Question or point on that,
Mhm.
so. There are a handful of properties, 29 to be specific. Where the current owners bought from someone who was already on a covenant. So I just wanna, for your consideration and discussion, are we talking about? Making the current owners whole for what they should have had the opportunity to purchase? Or are we talking about restoring the rights of people who no longer own the property? By going back multiple steps. Because my understanding was what we're trying to do is give those people what they could have had when they purchased, not what the person they're purchasing from could have had when they purchased. So that's, I've heard comments that everybody should be able to go back to the land use code, regardless of whether the property was already on a covenant when they purchased.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, when someone purchased a property with a covenant on it. They were aware of that, that was on the title history, so that. Is what they purchased knowingly, a property that was on a covenant.
Mm-hmm.
We've always informed people and we've always believed that the covenant was binding. And that, to me, the word covenant itself is that sacred promise, that solemn vow, it's biblical. So I'm following where you're headed there, Maura. I don't see that it's possible or necessary to go back the entire chain of ownership and try to remedy everybody who's ever lived in deed restricted housing in San Miguel County. That feels unnecessary, and I'm gonna stick with the concept of the covenant as promise.
So to directly answer your question, the question was, if somebody bought a house that was on a covenant and then, but they were for some reason, well, forced, right? Or, twisted their arm to sign a new covenant. The question is, I think what we had suggested is they could go back to their original covenant or the 2010 covenant. Is that correct? And now the question is, are those people also being offered to go back to the land use code?
It sounds like that has been suggested, so to raise that as a point of
Mhm.
clarification.
Yeah, it's a whole nother layer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, something to think about. Let's go to our second round of public comments. Let's start with someone in the room. Ginny.
I'll be next.
Yep.
Jenny Gordon, Lawson Hill property owner. I didn't address the LUC issue in my original comments because I knew there were going to be additional comments about it. But I just want to come back to the fact that when Lawson Hill and El Desaro sent letters to you a little while back, suggesting that everyone be given the option to correct back to what they chose, either the LUC or the 2010 covenant, we felt that the most equitable thing was to give that option to everyone. In listening to your concerns, I understand them, and wanting to keep some integrity in who can live there and who can't process. You split the baby, in my opinion. Because not just the people who signed the 2010 covenant, but all the later covenants still were offered under the guise, until recently, that the LUC could change with time. It's only now that you have realized that those people had rights under the original LUC that was attributed to their property. So all of those people have been signing covenants, and either because they wanted the protection or because they were never offered. They could have bought the property from a person who was on the LUC, and they were only offered the current covenant. They weren't told that they had the right of revision back to that original LUC. So I think the whole thing is a god-awful mess through the whole process. And our thoughts were, the only way to fix this is to bite the bullet, let people go back. It's a certain number of properties. You won't make this mistake going forward. And I think it may be a tempest in a teapot, because I don't know how many of these 100 and something owners that would be involved in this, or what would it be total, 200 and something total with LUCs, are even going to understand or take advantage of it. But I think it would really go a long way from a legal perspective to have offered this to everybody because of the confusion to date. It isn't just the 2010 people, it's any covenant that was signed until you decided that the LUCs could not have been changed. So I just wanted to note that.
Thank you. Matthew Legault online.
So there are other changes from the land use code other than just the definition of the employee, such as how hours are calculated. I know there was some concern about how you could legally do it. Since the land use code allows a more restrictive agreement with property owner consent, that's a complete non-issue. So I don't know where that's coming from, but that's not a problem. You just basically say land use code with this additional definition if you want to go that route, just so that you can hit that very specific issue that you were talking about with remote workers. The only thing that I think is necessary is people who are still owners today and signed the covenant from an original land use code should get the option. I bought on a covenant. I knew I was buying on a covenant. I'm perfectly fine with not going back to a land use code, but not everyone is in that position. And then I also had one other thing from the documents that have been put out on how you plan to do the revision. I assume the plan is to completely terminate the current covenant and then signing a new one and not just signing a reversion. My concern is if you just sign a reversion, there could be issues in the future where it could be argued that the land has two covenants on it, which makes everything lots of fun. So I just wanted some clarification on that, because there was something that I remember reading about if the 100 years would reset, which if you terminate the covenant, it can't. So there seems to be some issue with how that was planned to be done.
Okay, thank you. And that will be addressed when we outline the specific steps in the process. Who else would like to speak? Lee. Either one.
Okay.
You got four choices.
Four choices.
Mix it up.
Mix it up.
Okay.
Lee Rufa, Aldisaro homeowner, just making some quick comments. Let's talk about why we went to the covenants. Yourself, Mike, and Maura weren't even around. The great thing about being in this valley for over 20 plus years as affordable housing owner, such as Jenny Gordon, we were there. We were there in the very beginning. It's really easy to sugarcoat it and say you guys did it for clarification. But the reality of it was, make no mistake about it, was the land use code was told to us was going to be changeable. The county attorney back then made it clear that we're going to change this on you. And I remember very clearly, Russ Montgomery and Joe James, I don't know if you guys remember those names if you're even around, say, guys, we can't have this happen to our subdivision. We need to come up with a covenant, which is a contract between us and the county, so they don't mess with this anymore. Myself and 4 or 5 other people refused to sign it because it was stamped on our plat. It's our plat rights. Now we roll forward 3 or 4 years. I keep hearing Maura and Mike and everyone else sugarcoating it, saying, well, we talked to the county attorney. We talked to this. Have you guys talked to myself? Have you talked to Jenny Gordon? Have you picked up the phone and said, what happened at those meetings? I was there. You weren't. Maura wasn't. And that's what gets me pissed off. Because I've been here forever. I've seen the changes. And now we're on this whole premise of making a change. And once again, in your amendments, you're doing exactly what you said, Maura said we can't do. You're changing the land use code. You're giving people a choice, 2010 or the land use code that when you purchased in, not when the subdivision came online. Did I say that right? No, please clarify if I'm wrong. Because what I heard clearly. Yes, sir. Would you please ask her that question? Because I heard and I reread it in her thing. She said, the land use code that would apply to you is when you purchased in. It says that clearly in the documentation, not when the subdivision was brought online. So we're changing it again. And
All right.
I'm just, I'm sorry that I'm getting frustrated with this whole thing, but I've dealt with everybody here. At first, you thought I was nuts. Everybody here thought I was nuts, challenging the affordable housing, that you can't do
Let's
this.
have the question answered, please.
Yeah, and so here we are again, changing it again.
Let's have the question answered, please.
Thank you. Okay, Maura. So the question was, if someone's going back to the land use code, is it going back to the land use code at the time they were purchased or the land use code at the time that the property was first platted? I think I got that right.
The resolution says they would have the option to revert to the version of deed restriction that applied to the property at the time of purchase. That doesn't mean the land use code that existed at the time of purchase. That means the deed restriction that applied at the time of purchase. So if the prior owner was on a 1993 version of the land use code, that's the version that would apply.
Okay, so that answers the question if we choose to stay with that language of whether people are given the option to go all the way back to anything they want, or if they're able to go back to just to the one step of what was on the land, encumbered, how the property was encumbered when they purchased it.
Right.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
It doesn't mean the land use code as it existed at the time of purchase.
right, I understand.
Purchase or plat, they're two different things.
Wait, Lee, calm down. We're really trying to work on this. If you want to come back up and clarify your question, please do.
I'm
Let's
saying-
try to keep the temperature down. I'm trying really hard to.
Can I clarify the reason it
Yeah.
says at the time of purchase is because some properties have changes in their title that may not be based on the original plat note.
What changes would those be?
If someone.
I'm sorry, Chair. What changes would those be?
Or what changes would those be?
And again, I will reiterate that I have yet to see an example of this, but we want to make sure we are covering all possibilities. That there could be a possibility that someone's warranty deed says land use code as amended. And so that would not be the original plat note. That would be what's in their warranty deed. So we're offering to put people back to what was on
But
the
we
property
also, I'm sorry,
when they
Chair.
purchased it.
We've also heard from Annalisa, the title companies. Title companies were modifying deeds at closing as
And
amended.
we've addressed that.
And they
question.
have to be individually researched and figured out which one they are. It still goes back to plat rights. What is on my plat when I
Okay,
purchased?
okay, your
And
point is
purchase and
clear.
Plat are two different things.
Your point is clear. Thank you very much, Lee. Okay. Anybody else online who would like to speak? Or ask a question? Nope. Okay, anybody else in the room? Mhm.
Shelley Duplan, Aldosoro Ranch Homeowners Company. I would just support Jenny's comments, her second round. I just think that it is so complicated because of all the different versions, what's happened in the history, choices that were removed. I still am not 100% clear on Mara's interpretation of why that, those amendment rights were taken away from those original owners.
Wait, Shelley,
I guess I'll have to.
Can I just tell you what I think I heard? Because I
Yeah,
wanted to
that'd
actually
be
ask
great.
you about this.
Yeah.
She said those rights were not taken away from the original owners because that was a more restrictive change. And the original owners are only subject to less restrictive.
Okay.
Does that make
So
sense?
That does make sense.
Okay,
However, that wasn't what was happening in practice.
we know.
Okay.
Yep, we know.
So.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So if
So
that
that's
wasn't- okay.
fixed, or not fixed,
I'll
but
get
now
off
we're
that
all
point.
on the same
I'll
page.
get off that point.
Okay,
then.
okay.
So that if that's not what was happening in practice, that's still, violation of rights, if you will. And, I would I'm trying to take away, to make it a little more clear, take away all of the individual conveyances and transactions and buy and sells. And you come down to the basic property rights, which brings you back to the plat. Where do you start? Where do you start with what was applied to that property? Forget, this was bought and sold in 2010 and 2015 and what was there originally. I think just to make this as easy as possible, And people may not do it, but give them the option to revert back to their original plat, which encumbers that deed restriction. That's how I think should work.
Thank you. Anybody else online care to speak? Anybody else in the room? Jake?
Yes. Jake McTeague from El Tesoro. Great to quote you, democratic process of the conversation here. I think for you guys as the BOCC and for staff, and then for whoever is the administrator, for signing off when the homes or condos are sold, it's best to have something that's consistent. So people aren't going all over it. It becomes very easy. So if, I'm under the guise of what was on the plat is what was supposed to be transferred at that point in time. And that everyone should just simply revert back to that. There's no discussion. Just there should be no more covenants placed onto it unless it's accepted by maybe that owner for whatever special circumstances that may be. But you need just to simplify it for yourself, make it easy for everyone. If you go in the direction of whatever the 2010 covenant, which I don't necessarily agree with, then all those other covenants should be wiped out moving forward, and just don't do anything else. Stop modifying it. You're making it confusing. The process, you're just making it far more confusing. Maura, you made a comment earlier about there was an amendment to the original LUC from 93, it was in 98, where the less restrictive was removed. 2001. If anything, I think that is making it more restrictive by taking that language out of there, because now it's leaving it open to be more interpretive, in my opinion. So again, I think it's make it consistent, go back, as Jenny said, bite the bullet. We can go there. Then maybe empower the subdivisions to come up with some language to maybe make that 93 LUC a little clearer. Doesn't have to be the 2010 covenant, but maybe so it's not so nebulous. I'm not quite sure what that solution is, but the clearer path is 93 LUC for everyone. Make it consistent.
Thank you. Yes, Lance?
That's a really tempting idea, Jake, and I've long wished that we could wave a magic wand and start over again with our complicated deed restriction series of land use codes and covenants and changes. However, I'm going to posit that easy isn't always best, and that there's a reason that we've spent the last 30 years meeting and talking and adapting the covenants and the land use code, which was that we were trying to adapt to changes in demographics, changes in technology, and changes in culture in that time frame. As I've said before, when we first started doing deed restricted housing, there was no internet. There is now. And the opportunity to make a living from remote work is now real. When we first started this, no one foresaw that. And so there's a reason that this series of complicated documents has adapted over time. Would it be nice? Is it a nice idea to go back to, I've said it jokingly, but I'll say it seriously, the dawn of time for our deed restriction program, and just presume that all the work in the last 30 years was kind of fruitless, and we'll just put it in the trash bin and go back to when we made rules based on what we knew at the time? It's tempting. It would be really easy, but I don't know that it would serve us very well today. And that's the opposite side of the question and the suggestion that you made. I'm tempted to take it. Honestly, it would be great. It would save everybody involved tons of heartache and tons of research. But I'm not sure that it would be the best thing for the community at large. Madam Chair, may I ask to come and respond to my?
Again,
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
this is only in relation to El Tesoro, Lawson Hill, San Bernardo, and what would be the other subdivision? And Two Rivers.
Mm.
If there's any future development, that is a new PUD.
Mhm.
So this is not a blanketed decision for any future development as well. Any new
Understood.
PUD comes through could be subject to whatever covenants you may choose to.
We
impose.
understand. Yeah, thanks.
For the public needs to understand that.
Thanks, Jake. Any other members of the public with questions or comments? Lara, yeah.
I'm also gonna respond to that, those different subdivisions were platted at different times, so reverting to the 93, that wouldn't actually apply.
Oh, all four of those
Clarification.
things. Okay, okay.
Larry Young, and I'm glad you just said that, Galena, because there are developments that were platted later that took into consideration your fears. And I think you are being driven by fears that aren't reality. And as I said, the victims are all sitting here. There is deed restricted properties for different people. So I want you to listen to everyone, and I want you to not put everyone in a basket and not glom onto these fears that have not come to fruition. All of my neighbors, we've been here for over 30 years. Those are the people, and I'm on the LU, we're all on different things. So please know, as Galena just said, there are developments platted, and all of the deed restricted properties are not going to evaporate. It hasn't happened. I don't see that happening. And you may feel that's your responsibility, but I think your responsibility should be to the law. And I asked Jenny, would you have put all that energy and time into that 2010 covenant if you thought your property was and your rights were protected?
That was the catalyst.
Right. Out of fear that everything was being taken away, and it was until we just clarified it, thanks to Shelley's hard work. This year. And still there are things that weren't answered from a year ago, a letter.
Okay, you guys, yep.
I'm allowed to, as my talk, ask people
But no one can
questions.
hear the response, Lara. It doesn't really work well for the rest of the 26 people.
Oh, okay, so Jenny,
I think you- yeah.
the impetus for her creating the 2010 covenant and working so hard on it was because she was misinformed that her property was, her property rights were being diminished because of these endless amendments and changes that to the LUC that didn't actually apply to her property. So that's what my conversation was. And I think you really have to think about that the enforcement, the behavior and the actions of the housing authority is connected to the intent of this resolution. If this resolution does not speak to the law and to the property rights of the owners, you run into the same problems again and again. The intent of the resolution should be choice and equity and based on legal property rights. So that's, I feel, why there's been all this abuse of power, is because Lois wanted to protect all these things regardless of what my rights were. And this isn't a potluck. In what you're saying, Lee and I could eat all the dessert and to hell with everyone else. But I care about my community, and none of us want to eat all the dessert. And there's no threat to these four communities of being overrun with tech bros, as you say. The threat is the angst, anxiety, and threats from the people we hoped have our best interests and want to protect us. So I hope you will choose to give people their property rights so that you don't, just because that's what should happen, but then as my neighbor said, you're opening yourself up to a legal battle that nobody needs. Nobody needs that time taken away from developing new properties. So I hope that you will take into consideration all that you've heard here today.
Thank you. Okay, I think we are closing public hearing unless I see anybody else. No? Public comment. Thank you. Closing public comment. Okay, it still feels to me like there are a lot of questions. It's how should we be opening up this reversion exercise to people who are on the covenant, original owners. It sounds like that's what's being proposed to go back to the land use code. That's the big question, right? And in the past, we've been concerned about the land use code being unclear and to not actually addressing the purpose, as you reminded us. So then I think the question is there a middle ground, as Shelley suggested and Matthew Legault says we can, which is to add a provision to adjust the employment standard. Mike and Maura, you've got something to say?
Along the lines of Mr. Legault's suggestion, which I think is creative and good, it would be asking them, as I understood Matthew, and he's on, so he can hopefully clarify, that they would have the option of reverting to that 93 land use code if they agreed to this potentially more restrictive amendment. And I guess if we're trying to have a discussion of, is that legal? I think that's a separate legal question that
we need it answered.
Maura and Lean to investigate before you said, yes, that's a good solution.
I think that's a good idea, because Maura's initial thought was that's not legal, and Matthew's saying it is legal, so we have to sort that out.
He's saying it would be illegal if they agree to it, but if you caveat it on, you have this option only if you agree.
Right.
I think that's the legal conundrum.
Okay. And then I think there is the other question of, are we gonna let people go back, or are they just gonna be able to go back to whatever they were on, one step previous, right? That was Maura's question. Okay. Personally, I think we need to sleep on it, sit on it. Take a little bit of time to get some more direction from our staff, and revisit it. What do you all think?
Yes, I think there's a lot to digest here and a lot of information that needs to be clarified before we can even begin to consider giving direction.
Okay.
That's how I feel. Where are you at, Lance?
Lance is nodding. Yes.
Yeah. Let's continue to circle around this and see if we can narrow in.
Okay. And we will maybe after this conversation have an agenda setting conversation, which doesn't have to happen in public, to figure out when the best time to come back with this is. Does that make sense? Okay.
Sooner's better.
Sooner's better. I do know, though, that we have some vacations coming up, and I'm assuming that all of us want to be part of this conversation, and so that might delay it a little bit. Does that make sense? Okay, Jared, anything from you? No? Okay.
No particular ads for me. I think, just for full information, those folks who are currently under a notice of intent to sell or listed may be kind of the ones who are most tenuous about this, but again, it's important to get it right and not necessarily get it fast. So.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. All right, I think we will now conclude. That was item 8A. I think we need to take a break for lunch and other things. We will be sure to let all the HOAs know and the public know when we're going to revisit this. Thank you for your patience and everything you all have provided to this conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we will be back. Let me just see what we've missed. I guess we'll be back at 12:45. Thank you very much.
Can we change the two names? Have those already been changed? That's
Which are those, Mike?
look like they're both changed. Good job. man.
All right. So, hello, San Miguel County. It is 12:45 on Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025. We are continuing a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Our agenda item 8A went longer than we had anticipated, so we're going to make a couple of adjustments to the agenda for this afternoon. We're going to stick with item 14A, affordable housing updates, that is planned for this moment. But because we missed a bunch of other things this morning, we are going to handle them thus. We are going to continue item 9, natural resources and climate resilience, our update from Star Jameson. Star, thank you for your flexibility. We'll put that on next week's agenda. We are, after 14A, going to go to item 10A, which is manager matters. And I guess as time allows, we'll go in through commissioner updates. And then we are going to have item 12, attorney matters. And at that time, we'll have any updates that Maura needs to make. And then we are also going to go into executive session for under CRS 24-6-4024, which is consultation with an attorney, or B, consultation with our attorney. Is that correct? Okay. And our goal is to have that around 1:45. Did I get that right?
You did.
Okay, terrific. Let's move on then by welcoming, let's see, we're welcoming Logan Simpson, Sophie Frankenberg, as well as Sarah Brown McLean, to go over with us the community engagement plan for the San Miguel County Housing Code update. Welcome. Thank you for being here in person.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where are you starting?
Ray, would you like to start? I apologize.
Originally planned to do the update on affordable housing first and then move over to their presentation unless you guys prefer we swap that.
Do Sarah and Sophie need to be here for your update? Or just for theirs?
No, just.
Well, let's do them first then, and then they can excuse themselves and they don't have to sit through our meeting, our part of the meeting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll flip flop those two. We'll start with Logan Simpson, and then we will have a affordable housing update, our monthly update from Drea. So Sophie and Sarah, I'm Ann Brown. I am the District 1 Commissioner, and I don't know if you know Galena.
I am Galena Gleason. I'm District 3.
So and you sounds like you know Lance, Sarah.
No. Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dre, do you want to introduce them, or are they ready to roll?
I believe we already did introductions. I would like to clarify that Sarah is a sub-consultant to Logan Simpson. So she is the CEO with Western Spaces, if that wasn't already mentioned.
I remember that from the proposal.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying.
Just to kind of preface it, this housing code update came out of a lot of discussions that we had on the East End Master Plan, and then also some work sessions that we had regarding community housing last year. It was decided to undertake a project where we could look at the whole code and look at all opportunities and barriers, and also have some outside assistance on that. There's a lot of things that are in the East End Master Plan that talk about finding opportunities and removing barriers and encouraging the creation of affordable housing. So this is actually a step, in addition to being part of our Prop 123 project. This is also a step towards implementing the East End Master Plan. So what we've done, to this point is engage Logan Simpson, and staff has been working with them on trying to get us to this point and get it moving forward. And so the first part that we have here is our community engagement plan, where we outline how we think the process is going to go. And then, of course, we do have advertisements out soliciting people interested in serving on the Strategic Stakeholder Roundtable, which we'll talk about here in a moment. It's on our website and all of that. So
Thank
that.
you, Kay. And I appreciate you clarifying that because I did receive some comments from a member of the public whose opinion was that we had already done this work in the East End Master Plan. But I think this helps me understand that this work was proposed in the East End Master Plan, and now this very specific project and study is being undertaken
That's
to
correct.
fulfill that recommendation. Thank you.
Great. Okay, we can get started. Yeah. So we have a little bit of a presentation here just to give a high level overview of our draft community engagement plan. So we'll dive into that here in a second, but before we get too far along, we'll be doing some introductions, both of course myself and Sarah, but then our larger team as well. So those other folks that you'll see over the next 15, 16 months, give them a little bit of an introduction, although they are not here today. We'll do a brief project overview, a reminder of the intent of this project, some goals for this project, and why we are proposing this suite of engagement strategies. And then dive into that community engagement plan. It is in draft form, so we thought that this was perfectly timed to come before you all and have a little bit of a discussion about what strategies we want to explore to make this project a success. And then leave it with some questions and open it up for you all. So this is our larger project team. We've got Jen Gardner, Robin, Melissa, and myself from Logan Simpson. Jen is the project manager. Robin Adams is the assistant project manager. So they are going to be very, very heavily involved. Melissa and myself are both code writers and comprehensive plan authors. So we bring both sides. So really that implementation piece that Kay just talked about, that's where we specialize because we do projects in both worlds. We also are very heavily involved in code audits for affordable housing, for removing those barriers. So looking for opportunities for the county to get some units online. And then of course, Sarah with Western Spaces. And although we are the project team, we are not complete without staff, without the county. So we are working very much hand in hand with all of them.
So just to give a little project overview, so we're all sort of on the same page. We've titled this the San Miguel County Housing Code Update. Thought about some creative titles, but I think being straightforward is the most accurate right now. It's being funded by Proposition 123, the Local Planning Capacity Grant. It will help you all meet Proposition 123 requirements with your fast track requirements, so you can continue to opt in if you choose to opt in the next funding cycle. As Sophie mentioned, we've got it scheduled for about a 15-month process. And really the goal is to, aside from meeting Proposition 123, is to enable more housing choices, also while preserving community character. We looked at a lot of the East End Master Plan and the conversations around that, so we're very familiar with that. Slide. So just sort of to frame a little bit of why we're embarking on this, I think you can call it a housing crisis, probably across the entire state, but also in San Miguel County. This data is from your recent needs assessment, which you all just recently finalized, as you're aware of. It's calling for 1,114 units. Of those, 218 were designated to the unincorporated area. That's not saying you have to produce those units, right? That's where the need is. And that distribution was based on job location. But having those regional relationships and regional conversations about where it can and should go is still important. Not just saying this is our piece, as you all are aware. From the survey, 195 jobs are unfilled annually due to housing barriers. So it's hitting your economy. 62% of businesses can't recruit or retain employees because of affordable housing. And a lot of commuters, nearly half of workers commute over 25 miles to work. We all know those are slow, windy, mostly dangerous roads that they're driving. So let's talk about the opportunity with this project. One, we've mentioned this, unlocking future funding with Proposition 123. Also implementing existing plans, the East End plan, called for code updates, called for looking at some of this. And so this is implementing, building on that work, not redoing it. Enabling diverse housing types, which was also called for in that plan, ADUs, tiny homes, starter homes, workforce housing overall. And then looking at trying to find ways to reduce regulatory barriers and streamline the development process. Sorry, it keeps hiding my screen here. So through the community-driven process, we really want to make sure that we're hearing from everyone and that this is a community-driven process. The first step really is to assess, looking at the current regulations, looking at development standards, permitting processes. The next is to start to identify where there may be a necessary complexity, where there may be additional costs that could be cut or delays in production. And then looking at how we may be able to remove some of these barriers by amending the land use code. As far as the entire project overview here, right now we're just in the, kicking it off phase. But the real first series, which will be community engagement series, is looking at housing constraints and opportunities sort of through October, January. That may even start as early as September with the establishment of the stakeholder group. And then moving into the next series, which would be looking at code barriers and solutions. And we'll go into more detail what these involve. This is just a higher level look at the schedule. And then in April through September, doing draft amendments and review. So sort of higher level look at the 15-month layout of what we're approaching here. So we've laid out a few thoughts around outreach and then what some success measures might be to sort of keep in mind as we go through to see if we need to adjust our methods, to see who we're hearing from and more importantly, who we're not hearing from, so we can adjust also as we move through the process. Let me go backward. So our community engagement approach is really being transparent about what the trade-offs are. So being able to provide data and examples to sort of show where how many units do you get out of this specific proposed change to the code, or so being able to show trade-offs, and then really allowing multiple ways to participate, knowing that everybody here is busy, working, moving around, so trying to meet people where they are, allowing multiple ways for people to participate. So we look at sort of as a full spectrum of engagement. One is informing, sort of saying, here's what we know, here's what we've seen, bringing that out, and then consulting with the public and with the group saying, is this your perception of it? What do you see? And then involving them in the conversation, right? Looking to collaborate, put all of our heads together. There's a lot of shared knowledge in this community, San Miguel County entirely. And then really empowering the community to feel comfortable with what's being recommended and to really feel like they've been a part of the process or throughout the process. So the goal is a well-informed community decision that really reflects the shared values of everyone that we were able to work with. So we've laid out multiple formats for engagement, and as we mentioned earlier, these can be sort of iterative or moving as we go through the process, depending on what's working or what's not working, who we're hearing from or who we're not hearing from. But we like to do community listening sessions and one-on-ones, because that can be sort of a low stress way for someone to just share what they're seeing, what their experience has been with new development or with the property or with finding housing. And then getting some more focus groups, which are targeted towards employers, developers, realtors, those that are working in the industry on more of a day-to-day basis. So getting those more targeted conversations out of those groups. And then open public community events in different county areas. So thinking about Norwood, Saw Pit, Placerville, here Mountain Village, Ophir, making sure that we're hitting those areas as a community space so that those residents know that this is happening and that we do want to hear from as many as we can. So sort of spreading the county across the county. And then providing some interactive activities. We have a lot of technology these days, we all know that. interactive mapping, interactive tools, some visualizations. And then digital engagement, online surveys, but also like things like Facebook and any kind of social media. There's a lot of conversation going on those platforms that we can engage in as well, selectively engage in. And then, of course, government meetings, making sure that you all are engaged and the planning commission is engaged with the process throughout.
Are you gonna go into, I do have questions about this, I think, but tell me if this is coming later. So my understanding is this is sort of like a review of our regulations, right? And I understand very much the need to engage people who might be coming into contact with those regulations, like contractors and architects and developers and landowners and all that. I'm a little less clear, and I also understand the importance of informing the community about what's happening, but I'm unclear why we need to spend time with like learning about people's experiences, finding like with individuals to talk about their housing situation, because we have been through the East End Master Plan and then we have the big housing needs assessment. So I feel like we know what the community need is. And so I don't understand why we would be asking the community to again come and tell us about their needs and their sort of lived experience. So,
Right.
and we are, as you said, so busy that I don't want to have, listening sessions that we don't really need.
Right.
But so maybe help me understand that if you would.
I think that's a really good point, and I think where those might play in the scheme of all the processes could be more when we have identified some barriers and we want to reach out and bounce off of the community to see if those are ones they've experienced or if those are ones that they could see addressing.
But we're talking about barriers to development, not barriers to finding housing, right?
Right.
And so
Yeah.
to me, those barriers, the people that we would want to get feedback from are the people who are actually in the industry. But I feel like I'm missing something.
Yeah, so what we find with inherently code audits and code processes, whether it's amending or revising or a complete overhaul, it is very difficult for people to understand, period. I think that that's a hard thing for an average person that is not plugged into that sector to understand. And I think that the biggest thing is that development is such a scale. So yes, using that housing needs assessment to identify what type of units are in shortage is a great first step. But also reaffirming that that is actually what is needed by these individuals. And it's still just allowing people to feel like they are a part of the process if they do choose to be a part of the process. So this is a very, very fluid engagement plan in the sense that we may do some of those listening sessions at the beginning of the process and say, we didn't get a good turnout, so let's pivot and let's do something different in subsequent series. So, I mean, we're open to this dialogue and this discussion. A huge part of what we find with especially limitations or barriers to affordable housing is the perception of the code. So it is almost like an information and education campaign that happens in tandem with making sure that everyone feels like they can still share their opinion. But yes, ultimately those technical working groups, the strategic stakeholder roundtable, that's where we're hoping that those ideas are coming to the table and then we're workshopping those. But confirming with the community as best as we can. So transparency is number one. And I think that if we don't offer those things, then it's not going to look transparent. And that's what we really want to make sure of.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I think there's some points that are not clearly outlined in the housing needs assessment and even within the East End master plan as to what some of those barriers are, specifically like infrastructure, zoning in certain parts of the county, so on and so forth. So I think some things could come to light with those one-on-one conversations and certainly with focus groups.
And I would add that by listening to people and their, understanding their lived experience, they can they can give us ideas. Or they, they can articulate what their problems were. And, as planners, we're problem solvers. So,
Okay.
somebody comes in and says, hey, this was my challenge, and they may not know how to fix it, but based on hearing that, we can come up with some solutions. So, that's why we, don't limit it to just the people in the business.
Perfect. That really helps. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, and I do love the idea about really informing people during those sessions of what we're doing and what the process is, because we have found in the past that when we had listening sessions and people didn't have the full picture of what the process was, they weren't really sure what they were responding to
Yeah.
or what they were feeding into. So that's great.
And I think the most recent public comment highlights exactly that. Like, how does the code audit play into the greater vision and the goals that have already been workshopped and established? And how does that whole process kind of lay out? So ultimate goal is to make people aware of what planning is in this.
Anybody else want to add on to that? No? Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. So this is the strategic stakeholder roundtable group. And this will be, as you may have seen in the packet, an application-based group. So the purpose is to have a collaborative working group to identify barriers, but also to look for practical solutions. And the members are intended to really serve as community liaisons, along with bringing their, specific knowledge in their industry, for sharing information and then for gathering feedback. Right now, that application is open, and the timeline for applications being due is August 20th. With not a recommendation, but approval from you all by the 27th of who from those applications you would choose for a 10 to 12 member group. We like it to be broken out, distribute based on geography, economic sector, and housing experience, to give you a few things to be looking for. And to really try to make sure that it's a balanced, as much as possible, representation across the county. We anticipate about 6 meetings. Those meetings can be viewed by the public, but the public will not be commenting during those meetings. So that we can, have some real conversations and make progress on some of the topics that we'll be discussing.
And when you say across the county, can you remind me if this code applies across the county, or is it just on the East End in the R1 school district?
We will include the Wrights Mesa area just because that is a significant source of housing, and there's been interest in developing housing there. We probably won't go, down to Agnar. No need to do that.
Okay.
But R1 plus Norwood.
Okay.
I would say.
So we should consider and request applicants from the Norwood area, correct?
Yes. And we've got the ads running and.
I haven't looked to see what the latest ad is, but it would be really helpful if both the ad and our webpage could outline what you've provided here, which is really helpful, which is like, what is the format? What are the time, commitments? Because we've been getting questions like that, like how they've just heard the title, but they don't really know what the responsibilities are.
And so we've got more information on the webpage in that regard. If we put too much in the ad, it just becomes noise.
Sure.
So the ad's a little more abbreviated, but it does direct people to our webpage that does have more of this information. And we will update the ad and the webpage with the timeline, because when we started here, we didn't have that nailed down yet.
Okay. And does the webpage include 10 to 12 member collaborative working group, application, all that stuff that you have in the bottom right-hand corner, the webpage?
It's been 2 hours since I looked at, and I don't exactly.
I believe it includes everything without the member count.
Excuse me?
Without the member count, that's not listed on.
If you could add that just, I think the people need to get a real sense of what this is. So this is really helpful to me. Thanks.
I have a clarifying question on 6 meetings. Is that half day? Is that 2 hour? Is that full day? From your experience, how do we do this?
Yeah. Typically we shoot for like an hour and a half to 2 hours. And we work with that group to determine what time of day, what weekday, whether they prefer lunch meetings or evening meetings or morning meetings. We'll work with that group to determine what works best for their schedule.
And Zoom a possibility?
Yes, so hybrid, unfortunately, our team will not be able to come 6 times during this process, but we will always try to schedule one of those groups as it, pans out while we're here in person for engagement.
And the members will receive a packet prior so they can feel prepared when they come in. We'll give a little overview, but then we can really, dive into the content.
Great. Thank you for sharing that.
So this is something we can talk about together and we can sort of dial in as well. Some success measures, participation from long distance commuters, thinking about all the way to the other end of the county. I think we probably don't need to define them as commuters and thinking about that, but broad participation across the county. Representation from different geographic areas, a little overlapping with that first one. Community understanding of regulatory barriers, so it goes back to helping educate on what it is and what it does. Getting input from diverse economic sectors and employers. Meaningful dialogue about lessons learned from past initiatives. And a fully transparent process, which is at the top of our minds, especially make sure it's fully transparent. I'm going to hand this off to Sophie. Okay.
No worries. So the way that we decided to present the draft engagement plan today is by showing you how it embeds into the overall scope of the project. And like we said before and have mentioned a few times, this is a draft. So we are not committed to this in any which way. We will share with you our experience using these various techniques, but it may very well change throughout the process as well. So Sarah kind of alluded to this earlier. Phase 1, that's where we are right now. This is really the project kickoff. This is kind of the housekeeping phase where we're really refining that schedule. We are looking all the way out to can we hold meetings in May and June? That was a conversation we had yesterday. Making sure that we are timing a targeted adoption for a time that works for the county. And then refining the community engagement plan, defining the strategic stakeholder group. So that has been a process that has taken a few weeks, determining what those qualifying pieces are and making sure that it is going to encourage people to engage and the right people to engage in the process. And then we are starting to review existing plans and documents. So reviewing the code, looking at, your various adopted plans and understanding how you've been operating really most recently. So. No specific engagement in phase 1. So in phase 2, we are starting to go through the code and analyze what it is how it is working for the county, and perhaps some of the constraints that exist, whether typically they are not purposeful constraints. So it's just understanding where there's contradictions and perhaps those barriers. We will hold 3 public outreach series during this time, and we will come up with that preliminary code audit report. So that's really starting in September-ish with our kickoff meeting with the SSR group once that's defined.
Sorry, what do you mean by 3 public outreach series?
I'm going to get into that right now.
Great. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay.
So we call them series because it typically is a line of questioning that is somewhat similar depending on the group or the key community that we are engaging with. And the very first series It's focusing on housing constraints and opportunities. So we have focus groups that we plan to facilitate and gather. So those are, those people that maybe are really involved. Maybe they're big employers in the county. So they are really keyed in with like how is housing affecting their workforce, and vice versa. We'll have those community listening sessions where we are trying to hear those lived experiences. Those kind of tie in a little bit to the like riding on the smart bus for a day, where we can meet up with people that are commuting in and out of the various communities. We also will be using some of our data visualization workshops. So code is all written in black and white in paragraphs or bullet points, but it is guiding the built environment, which is very three-dimensional. So what does that look like if you remove these certain barriers or propose different incentives or some sort of enhancement to various sections of your code or zone districts? We can go to series 2. Series 2 is taking all that information that we kind of gathered in that first series and starting to put that into play. So we will focus on engaging those technical members. So whether it's contractors, architects, developers, the people that are living that code, perhaps in their daily lives, and understanding exactly what they need to be able to be encouraged to provide housing through the private sector. Something that a little anecdote here is we worked in Summit County on a similar project, a code audit, and something that kept coming up time and time again was the review process for housing developments and how that really limited how many units they did and how they financed it, because the building season is short. So they can't be going through this arduous review process that takes 9 months, because then it only leaves them a few months to build. So that's just a little example of why it's important to ask people, like, what is your experience using the code and where have you found it difficult to get through? Interactive mapping. This plays into the zone districts a little bit because the code does reference zone districts and your zoning. So utilizing that tool is really helpful to determine if there's a pattern of where housing should be located, and if there's any consistency among zone districts, looking at infrastructure, utilities, environmental constraints, so on. So utilizing those tools as well and having that available for others to plug into. And then engaging those that are in the infrastructure business, so utility providers and others that can help us understand capacity and what other considerations need to be made with removing those barriers. And then the last series, this is when we have already made it through the analysis of the code and when we're getting into actual drafting of the amendments. So we call this redlining the code, where you'll see what we are proposing as new language and how that differs from previous language. We will have public presentations, so that's that information and education sharing. And perhaps informing the community of what the current code was maybe doing to development and how we're trying to shift it to encourage more housing development. We are proposing geographic specific meetings, so that's where you probably saw in the previous slide there. So going throughout the community to make sure that everyone feels like they're aware of the process and they understand what the county is doing. And what the proposed amendments are. We are offering office hours. So if someone does want to have a one-on-one conversation that hasn't felt like they've been able to engage previously, we are offering that to meet with us and talk through how they think these amendments would affect them. And then another strategy that we find is really helpful prior to handing over an adoption ready draft is having those work sessions between Planning Commission and you all, that we think it just helps us get to that finish line a little bit better when everyone can be in the same room discussing what maybe is working, what isn't, and how to rectify that before. And then our last phase, this is our final phase of the project. This is not incorporated in those series, those 3 series, but rather the closeout of the project, the final audit report, and the code drafting. So going through the required public review process, having that available for the public to review. We have an online platform. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with Conveo, but it allows for people to comment on the draft. We can set it up in a way that people can see each other's comments or respond to each other's comments, or they can't at all. So we can determine how we want to make that available. And then final presentations, shooting for fall of next year for those final hearings, and some hopefully really well-crafted amendments that help you get to your goals. And that's a general overview. And I know it's a lot of different strategies that we just threw out there. And we can talk more about those. And I invite the staff to engage as well in terms of how we got to these proposed strategies.
Anybody? Questions?
I assume that from your previous experience in other mountain communities that you've encountered the tension between the desire for more housing and the concerns about other community values.
Yes, time and time again.
Well, I think that you will, no surprise, encounter that here, perhaps with Belzone. So
yeah,
brace yourself.
I think some of that can be sort of looked at with the trade-offs and with sort of showing what you can get out of this change. So really falling back on some of the data from the needs assessment and other sources that you have available. In other communities, I found a lot of times just having that conversation and feeling well educated around what the considerations are can help people fall a little closer to the same page. I know most people have a special interest or multiple special interests that they're really concerned about that they're going to be bringing to the table. So if you can try to circle that around what we're talking about and make it personal, can be helpful too.
And that's something that why we threw in that visualization piece is that I think that we often hear like affordable housing and the perception is mass and scale of those built structures. And hopefully through visualization and some of those more modeling aspects, we're able to present something that's a little bit more tangible to show the scale of development that can happen. And also this whole concept of like hidden housing, where you look at a structure and you don't even realize it's multiple units, but it is actually, it looks like a single household. Yeah, there's multiple units in that. So it's a scale. Like I think that's the biggest part to educate people on are those different options. It's not just going to be one solution. It's not just going to be apartment buildings. Like that won't work. It just won't work for San Miguel County. So, and a lot of mountain towns.
I look forward to that because I think a lot of concerns I've heard from the community is just straight up fear around density.
Yeah.
And how that will affect the community character. And then I'm sure there will be lots of discussion about where carrying capacity is within the region. I'm sure the stakeholder group will have a lot of feedback there because we've heard a lot of it through our processes.
Oh, good.
Through the East End Master Plan, you heard a lot of it. And you've identified potential areas, right? So digging a little deeper into what that might look like for housing.
That's great. I just wanted to call something out in terms of background and, I think this project grew out certainly out of Proposition 123 and the idea that we need to implement the East End Master Plan, but also community concern around the community housing zone district. And I just want the public to know that, and that's when the commissioners had said, we need to really relook at this code. And then the planning department said, well, we don't want to look at just that code in isolation. We want to look at the whole thing. So I just want everybody to be clear, who's listening, that that will be part of it, is relooking at the community housing zone district.
Absolutely.
That's great. All right. Anything else from staff? Kay, yeah.
So I just want to point out that another piece of this is the branding. So you've been seeing the little logo down in the bottom corner, design that's evocative of both housing and mountains. Consistent color themes, but calling it the San Miguel County Housing Code Update. And we'll be using that throughout. As we, for example, when we're doing social media or we're doing ads or anything like that, having that will help people recognize that this is what it is. Also, we have already created a website page. You can find it through the planning department homepage. And it's called Housing Code Update. We also have, for people that want to ask questions or provide comments, of course, comments can always come in through the county portal that we have. But people can also email us at housingupdate@sanmiguelcountyco.gov. And that email address is active now. So,
Okay, I'm on the page right now, Housing Code Update, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we definitely could beef up that information about the SSR.
It's a work in progress. We're still building it.
Great. Well, I'm just talking about the SSR part, but this is great. I appreciate that you have the whole a page dedicated to that, and I like the branding too, because I think that will help people like, okay, now we're talking about this. So I like that.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Do you think it appropriate, this is directed to Kay, really, that any sitting members of the County Planning Commission are on that stakeholder group?
So we do envision some designated seats on the group in addition to citizens.
Okay.
And it will include.
In addition to the 10 to 12.
Yeah. So it'll include, we'll be asking for a county commissioner, one planning commissioner, although you could appoint two if you wanted, and then key staff.
Great.
So it would be those three categories plus the 10 to 12.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Great. I know we have lots of members of the public on here, and I just want to see if anybody out there had a question that we could maybe address sooner rather than later. If so, please raise your hand. I know there's a lot of public interest in this process.
There's the hand.
Oh, there's a hand. Pam Bennett, we're going to go with our 3 minutes for comments and questions.
Perfect. Hello. Thank you. I won't be taking 3 minutes. My question is, who's going to pick the 10 to 12 at-large strategic roundtable group members?
Yeah, that will be the Board of County Commissioners. So just as with any other, board or commission that we have in the county, we will receive those applications, and in this case by August 20th. And then do we have an actual meeting on August 27th? Is that when the decisions will be made? Is that why that date was put out there?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Does that help, Pam?
That does. And I was the one that sent in the thing that said we've done all this. Here's where my fear is coming from, is that phase 1 looks very much like the EEMP, that I'm hoping that these consultants will take a deep dive into the hours and hours of focus group. I don't know about my constituents, but I'm getting survey weary. And a focus group, I scream when I see little dots. I have nightmares about little dots. that they will take a deep dive. That was valuable information, and it was vetted, and it was taken very seriously. That I hope that this group will not just file it, but will look at that, and they will take that as a diving board to ask their questions, that maybe we can get more in tune with that information. I'm going to be super frustrated if the questions are very similar to the EEMP and we just sit around and talk about the same thing, because we've got to get to phase 3.
Pam,
And so that's
yeah, I totally agree with you, which is why I asked those questions I did in the beginning. And I'm hearing from the team here that you understand that we don't want to have another survey and more focus groups of the community. And we really want to focus on, I love the idea of education first, and then seeing if that inspires any additional comments. And then really dealing with the people who are interfacing with the code.
Yep.
Yeah.
right. Okay. Thanks for your time, you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pam. Nick Farco. Nick, you with us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Ah, there we go. It would not allow me to unmute, which you probably did on purpose, Lance. Hi, Lance. Lance, I do have to give you a hard time on something else too. You prepped the consultants for us. Thank you for that. So here, meaning that there will be intense public process, that we are quite engaged. So I'll apologize in advance to the consultants for well, the active participation on our part. Let me start with, then this is a little bit off the subject, but there were two kind of titles given it: the crisis and the goal. And you know, with any business plan, with any mission statement, those are such important starting points for a process. So I comment on the crisis, and specifically that we're already using the regional housing needs assessment as a baseline for policy. Even though there's been no community engagement on that important document, even though there has been some public critical analysis of it. And so that 1,114 units needed by 2034, which stimulates the goal, which in the memorandum was pretty darn clear: enable development to meet Proposition 123 fast track requirements. Hey, we all know this is to get funding for housing. You know, it doesn't need to be closet discussions on that. I'm afraid that that's the honest goal. And I was really pleased to see in the slide deck that the goal changed to enable more housing choices, and here the operative statement, while preserving community character. That was, you know, after reading the memorandum, that was what I was going to come in here and say, is that, my God, you need a predecessor or a successor statement. Sorry, it's a successor statement to that goal. So I really hope that the honest goal moving forward will be to enable more housing choices while preserving community character. It's just too darn important. That's what we're all up in arms about. It's what we have been for 3 years now. So I move on to community engagement, which is the point of this meeting. I find it kind of funny that, given the fact that we had you know, dozens and hundreds, actually 450 signatures on a petition about the CH zone, that I only see 5 or 6 or 7 people here today. So right out of the gates, we are failing, and I say we collectively, because, you know, community spreading the news is part of public engagement. So I just urge that from this point forward, the rebranding is great. It's probably a good idea to not pull off band-aids and have sore wounds showing again, but there needs to be a big, and I mean a big, media campaign on the educational front of this. And I'm about done, if I can extend past for about 8 seconds. 8 seconds. Big media campaign. Get more people here. And let's not get them here as the, what did Jocelyn call us? The outrage machine. Let's not do that again. Let's get community here. Let's get all 450 people here listening, thinking, contributing. we already are seeing this is happening without that. So let's make sure we remedy that before we get going on this. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Nick. I'll just respond to that. Like, this is sort of the pre-step here to launching what you're calling that big media campaign. So please don't be discouraged by the fact that there are only a few members of the public here. This was really just a meeting for the Board of County Commissioners to weigh in on the draft engagement plan and make sure that it does have that heft and that scale and scope that we want. So we're with you. We really are.
Okay, and I'm glad to hear we're on the same page, because I just would hate to think this slides through without that big group contributing. That only breeds further animosities, and we don't need that anymore.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah.
Anybody else? I don't see any members of the public in the room. I do not see any more hands. Okay, great. I think we have mission accomplished. Step one with the BOCC. Thank you so much to Kay and Jared and Drea and Sophie and Sarah and everybody behind the scenes.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, nice to meet you.
Hi, you as well.
Okay, moving right on to the second part of 14A, which is Drea, your monthly affordable housing update, which thank you, you provided to us ahead of time, attached to the agenda. And thank you also for giving me a copy of the schedule I can read with my old eyes.
Minimize all these screens, just a moment.
I just want to remind you to address us appropriately as commissioners in discussion. I'm just kidding. I saw your note. You can call us Ann and Lance and Kalina.
There you go. All right, well, good afternoon. It continues. Drea Riza here for the monthly update. Today's agenda will be updates on our current projects, Ilium, Deep Creek Pathfinder, along with the Housing Needs Assessment Report. Then we'll cover the program and funding updates on Prop 123 and the local planning capacity grant deliverables. So moving into the Ilium housing project, last month, the board requested a timeline for upcoming projects. So I've included a project schedule for reference. Apologies on the quality for the agenda packet, but glad you guys got that email yesterday. So let's take a look at some recent accomplishments listed in order of completion since my last monthly update. So June 27th, we approved the Buckhorn Engineering scope of work with Lori Brandt to begin the rockfall and drainage studies. These will focus on a drainage ditch and berm crossing the slope above the site, so along Highway 145, with a drone flight to use map rockfall events and drainage channels. The data and analysis is expected to be completed in 2 to 3 weeks. On July 10th, we received the geotechnical report from Lori with Buckhorn Engineering, and the results confirm the site is suitable for modular housing construction with recommendations on foundation prep, retaining walls, site grading, and drainage. That's currently with Gulf Engineering to be reviewed to finalize the schematic design and identify any further needs or recommendations that they may have. Moving forward to July 11th, Lori conducted the drone flight, and the rockfall and drainage study reports are expected to be delivered to the project team for review within the next week, or by next week. So next steps and our timeline overview. Let's see here, an updated project schedule was received from the architect last Friday, which you should have a copy of that now. But that includes the review of the rockfall and the drainage reports, along with finalizing the schematic design. And once we finalize that schematic design, we're aiming for a date of August 18th. And I believe that is also listed on the updated project schedule. And then we'll move into the design and development phase to begin immediately after. And staff is monitoring state funding opportunities that align with the project goals. So once design development is completed, we'll transition to the construction documents, and then we'll be drafting the RFP documents in coordination with that. As far as the RFP publication timeline, that's going to be determined in hopefully the next couple of months. So that's not available at this point in time. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Good to know the geotech worked out.
Yeah. Moving on to Deep Creek and the Pathfinder projects. While timelines are not yet established, feasibility studies and partnerships are still underway. So for our Deep Creek update, just a brief reminder, the county is working in partnership with CDOT on a workforce housing planning agreement aimed at collaboratively developing a site plan and advancing to 80% construction documents. Our last update with the CDOT team was July 1st. They encountered some year-end fiscal delays on their end, but they're working with their controller to have that internal review of the draft agreement that the county prepared. So we'll be following up with them later this week for an update. Moving on to Pathfinder. Reminder on this project, the county is working on an MOU with San Bernardo HOA to evaluate the water supply capacity and assess the feasibility of future development at both the San Bernardo HOA and Pathfinder sites. Earlier this month, we were working on responding to some of the HOA's comments that they had concerns around, primarily around the relay of information and communication sharing. Last week, we received a high-level cost estimate from Whitewater engineers for the well testing, which will be shared with them. And I believe the MOU has been issued to the HOA board president, but I'll defer to Mike for any additional updates that I may have not covered.
Sure, thanks. And the reason we asked Whitewater engineers, we asked them to estimate how much the HOA at San Bernardo, so let me back up, I'm sorry. We created a draft MOU for exploring and installing a water monitoring well to understand whether or not the water rights that we own with Pathfinder could be used on their property, where water engineers had said from their preliminary well testing records, there was an incredible sufficiency of water to serve both communities, both San Bernardo and the county's future parcel, but not on our site. If we were to look at using water from our site, we would likely have to go to surface water that exists in the stream, which we do have the ability to do if we are unable to reach an agreement with San Bernardo. I do think we are going to be able to. I was corresponding with their HOA president yesterday and again this morning. And their major sticking point is a condition that we have put in that MOU that said, should they choose not to work with the county, that we would ask them to pay for a portion of what we had invested in the water investigation. Jared and I have met with them. We have clarified that if they showed insufficient water to serve both facilities, that the deal would be off. If there was ever a situation where there was a limited amount of water available, and such as in a multi-year drought, that the San Bernardo HOA would have primacy over use of that water. So, it could shut off water for our development. But again, we think that is very unlikely from the well records and testing that has occurred. So they did not want, that was the major sticking point that remains. I suggested both adding that even with the well that we would install on their property, that they would have primacy of the use of the water as one condition. And that we would only seek reimbursement of some expenses should they have all the information, there is plenty of water, and they choose to still walk away. And say, hey, thanks for the water and the new well and all the engineering and permitting. We're gonna keep it all and you can't use it. Which is, I think we entered this with goodwill on both sides, so I don't think that that is a likely outcome. That has not been postured, but it has been spoken about. So we have to address it. And where was I going? Oh, so when we ask for water engineers to estimate how much they would have to spend to bring online a secondary well. They currently have 2 wells, but one of them is inoperable and is not constructed to modern, neither of their wells are constructed to modern well standard. And as such, they are unable to use their secondary or backup well. So they're currently in a precarious position as an HOA with only 1 well serving all of the homes in their community. And so this would offer them a backup, and or this could become their primary as well as our primary. Wright gave us an estimation of how much they would have to spend, because I was looking for a logical justification of how much the county would ask them to reimburse us should they walk away from a deal. And it is significant. It's approximately $105,000. And that does not include what permitting costs they would have with the state to permit a secondary well. That is simply the engineering and well installation and related equipment. So I've shared that with them, and they're taking this to their next board meeting. I have offered to attend and to speak to it further. I've offered in writing some of the amendments that I just spoke about the primacy and things like that. So I do think with this information, again, I'm really hopeful and optimistic that we're going to be able to reach an agreement here very soon.
Thanks for plugging away.
You.
Any questions?
Nope.
Oh, I was able to take Lisa Poole on a site tour of this area as well as the forest land. For the Matterhorn Historic Mill, separate topic, but that we've also been in the process of acquisition of for over 7 years. So she just asked us to let her know if there are additional delays from the Forest Service, how they can help us in advocating for the timely sale or release of the Matterhorn process or project area.
Thank you.
And that relates because obviously, if we were successful in acquiring it, we do have the potential to develop an additional pod of houses that could add to the total number. Not massively or not even significantly, but still a benefit to this project.
And I'll just make a note for myself as we move forward with progress on that project. I'll include it in here with the other housing projects. So housing and needs assessment. We are continuing progress on the regional housing and needs assessment report following the joint meeting held on July 7th, where EPS presented a high-level overview and responded to questions and feedback from attendees. Next steps in the process include collecting feedback from the town of Telluride and the town of Mountain Village over the next 30 days. Jared is collecting those comments from elected officials right now. As of today, I believe he's only received 1 comment so far. The goal is to submit the final report to DOLA by August 8, along with all comments collected.
And will we be including comments that were made during the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority meeting, Jared? Yes, he's nodding yes. Okay, thanks.
Yes, we will, Commissioner Brown.
All right. All right, moving on to.
Oh, before you move on, sorry. The housing action plan, it says it would be completed by January of 28. Is that correct? That's 3.5 years away.
That is, I probably should have striked that out there or maybe clarified that. That is the deadline that DOLA requires jurisdictions to have that in place.
Okay.
Thanks for pointing that out.
That's perfect. Thanks. But we'll do ours before that.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the goal. Moving on to Prop 123. As a part of our ongoing efforts in tracking and evaluating our housing units that may be eligible to count towards the county's commitment, which is 11 units. To date, no units have qualified. This assessment is based on the 2023 data from the commitment filing period. So the county filed a commitment on October 27th, 2023. So I was looking at data after that point. But I do want to make a note that Pinion Park and Two Rivers received COs earlier in the year. So if the commitment date was just a little bit different, they would have qualified, but unfortunately they're ineligible. So we will be now pivoting to review COs and building permit data from 24 to 25 for a more complete analysis there.
Is there any concern that we won't make that? And if we don't, what happens?
That's a great question. I think right now it's more of, oh, it looks like Jared raised his hand. I'll let him go ahead and chime in.
I'm trying to be as silent as possible because I was chided about this at the last housing update. But I did at least want to convey, there is some minor concern that we won't be able to make those 11. What would happen in that case is we would have to take a year off of requesting any sort of Prop 123 resources. Then we would submit another filing and have another 2-year window to meet that filing. And so that's kind of the consequence is you get a 1-year timeout effectively. And I think that the state legislature is gonna be grappling with that a little bit because there are some local governments that have really kind of shown their ability to achieve their commitments with 1 or 2 projects. And then there's a lot of others that have not. And so the development timelines are a little too tough for a lot of other folks. So that's just kind of context for what we're looking at, and appreciation to Drea for digging in kind of on this very granular level to find those that we can qualify. So
Thanks. Then I also had one other update. Jared and I met with Steve Boyce, the manager of business and finance with CHAFA earlier this month to just get a better understanding of some of their programs, particularly their equity program and their concessionary debt program. So just quick run through on the equity program. That program targets low to middle income multifamily or preservation projects, and they require a 90% AMI average. And then there's 2 options for that program where it's mission driven and they have to aim for a deeper affordability with lower returns, or it's market driven with middle income focus and moderate returns. CHAFA did mention that program is promising for rural areas due to the project averaging, and reminded us that the petition process is separate from the Division of Housing. So if and when the county is interested in applying for that program, we would have to go through CHAFA's petition process to have a more flexible and/or higher AMI threshold. For the concessionary debt program, similar AMI requirements there. The difference here is it requires low income housing tax credits or other federal or state credits. And then they emphasize supportive, innovative construction. So examples of that would be modular build or the 3D printing projects that we're starting to see a little bit more of. And so the takeaway from that discussion was the equity program could be a strong fit for long-term affordability and stable ownership. The concessionary debt program could be a better fit for short-term development and partnerships, but we're still evaluating both options on all of our housing projects as we move forward, especially looking at that construction ready phase for Ilium. Any questions? No. All right, so as part of the local planning capacity grant, there's 2 deliverables tied to our reporting. The first one being for my position. And then as we start moving forward with our work with, excuse me, Logan Simpson for the housing code update project, we'll be updating DOLA on our progress with that. So just wanted to share that our monthly reports for May and June have been submitted. Thanks to Ramona for facilitating that and working with me on that. And then I did have some accomplishments here that we've already kind of talked through our presentations, so I won't dive too much into it, but I will touch on some points. So July 13th, the ad was published in the Telluride Daily Planet on the stakeholder strategic roundtable, and Kay mentioned that that's going to run through the end of the month. Thank you for coordinating that, Kay. And then July 18th, which was last Friday, we published a press release on the website. And so that has more information about the responsibility, the selection criteria, timeline, commitment. I believe we did make a note that that is subject to change based on today's discussion. Would like to thank Megan Knowles for posting the press release and supporting with our outreach efforts so far. And yep, we had our presentation with Logan Simpson today. So I did want to share a different project timeline. This was the project timeline that they provided in their RFP. And then they broke that down in the series that they discussed. So this is just big picture and the different tasks that I'm looking at as we move forward with the project. Terrific.
Thanks for that.
And I believe that's my monthly update. And we'll be coming back August 20th and potentially or possibly August 27th. So welcome any questions, comments, or feedback. If you guys have any. Otherwise, I think that concludes the update for this month.
That's great. Thank you so much for putting the effort into that to keep us up to speed on what's happening. It really is encouraging and helpful.
And I just want to say thanks for sharing your PowerPoint ahead of time. It's nice to just kind of have that information pretty quickly.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right. Well, thank you.
All righty. So we are going to now, as we mentioned after lunch, move on to 10A Manager Matters. And we would like to try to get through this and commissioner updates fairly quickly so we can get into our executive session too.
I'm
Not to-
caffeinated and I will speak quickly.
Not that you're never efficient, but
So yesterday I went to town council to just be a part of their presentation on their facilities master plan and which buildings as presented by James Van Hooser they're interested in moving forward with. Notable was some significant changes to the Fruin building design and location of where county offices would be. I also, just during our lunch break, Emil Santi, our coroner, stopped by to share his concerns with the renderings that were shown recently. Or the newest updated renderings. We also heard from representatives of the food bank there, and that confirmation I conveyed to the commissioners from Stance that the food bank will need to have a free location in the city as we've been providing as a part of our willingness to move forward with the project. It was also reconfirmed that the county will not be contributing additional cash to the future Fruin facility. But I also have come to realize that we need to have a work session with town folks to talk about whether or not the new design and relocation of the county, which was originally proposed to be on the second floor and is now moved to the third floor, as well as the way that parking and the coroner's office is being proposed, whether or not we want to modify those drawings or suggestions. So I'm going to be copying you all on a scheduling exercise to have a work session with town staff about the Fruin building. In the
Okay.
next, given your schedules, the next time that we're all together is, I believe, August 21st. So I'm gonna aim for a time when all three commissioners and staff can be there. It's not that time sensitive that we can't wait until then. Does that sound amenable to hold a work session about that? Very good.
Does the
That sounds good. And I can be, I know I'm working remotely the week of the 11th, but I can be online on the 13th if we want to do anything that day. We don't necessarily have to wait till the 20th. And also, I just want to clarify and bring other commissioners up to speed that I've had a lot of inquiries from various board members at Angel Baskets and the food pantry, people there about their concern that they aren't going to have a space. And Mike had mentioned that we're committed to finding, to telling the town we need to have another space for them. You said in the vicinity, but we're not promising in the Fruin building. We're just saying another space.
Within town, that
within-
meets their criteria.
Exactly.
Near a bus route, easy loading and unloading.
Yeah.
Public access.
And it may end up being the Fruin building. We don't know, but we haven't made that promise. We just have told them that they don't need to worry about not having an appropriate
Correct,
space.
and that was reaffirmed by council as well. So
That was
we're on the
reassured.
same page.
Okay.
2 days ago, I had a lengthy conversation with Keegan Meehan. Who is gonna be the project manager on the Tomboy Road Repair Project. And we discussed logistics of next steps. They are anticipating submission of their engineered plans to the Forest Service on this Friday. I've asked for Ryan and I to be copied on that sending so that we can immediately engage Forest Service staff in a timely review. We are also, we're trying to ensure that it is done as quickly and properly as possible. To that end, because it has taken a while for the contract to get signed, the bond to get issued, and now some of the subcontractors have equipment as far away as New York that are necessary for the repair. I would like to propose, since this bid was significantly under our original estimate, for the board to consider allowing a $10,000 bonus if they can complete the project on or before Friday, August 29th. I would like to have, as of right now, that is proposed to be an 80%. That they think they can get it done by then. And then they said it goes up to 90% by the following weekend, or basically the second week in September. I know you've heard from some of the outfitters. I also had a lengthy conversation with John Duncan, following my conversation with Keegan, and explained why some of these delays have occurred. However, that we're still on a similar schedule, but a week or two is very impactful to whether or not they can provide tours and the public can access for Labor Day. So I'm throwing that out as an idea. I ran it by Ryan Rigetti last night and he thought that that would be helpful, as well as would be more likely to reduce change orders that we're getting if they know that they have this carrot hanging out at the end if we can get it done.
That would be to complete the project and open the road
Correct,
by the end of the day on August 29th.
correct.
I like that incentive.
Yeah, I do as well. It would be wonderful if that has to be open through September and talk,
Yes.
let's start the snow flies to just help those businesses recoup some of their lost business and for the public and just general tourism.
Great. I can also attest, having driven Overpass twice last weekend, that Overpass is getting a lot of the overflow traffic that may have once been on Imogene, and it is degrading quickly. So. Yes,
Mike, no expert, but I'm wondering if $10,000 is enough for the contractor, assuming that the only way he's gonna be able to expedite is by paying overtime. I don't know if Penrand and the OT balance out, or if there's still a small amount left over for profit for the contractor to make that push enticing.
that's a great question. The main subcontractor and contractor, are going to be two of the main 3 or 4 individuals working on the project, so I don't.
So it's more direct.
It's more direct to them,
Okay.
but that's a valid question and concern.
You've got,
I would rather come back to you in next week, so every Friday I have an update call with the contractors as well as with the tour operator. Or specifically John Duncan, who's kind of acting as that point of contact for the other tour operators. Let me look at what our original allotment was, what our current financial spend is, and then also confirm what I believe is the case on how many people working on the case.
Okay.
Before I come back to you to ask you for a formal motion. This was just, I wanted to broach the concept of it today, not necessarily seek a vote to allocate those funds.
well, I'm in favor of the concept, looking forward to a little more information. It's important if we're gonna dangle a carrot, but we get a carrot big enough to make it worth chasing.
Okay. Thank you. I'll do so. Tomorrow, the Med Center Board is holding their meeting in the Commissioner Room. Next Wednesday, we have a special meeting. Commissioner Waring will not be able to attend, but we'll be hearing from our auditors on the 2024 fiscal year audit. Hearing the Board of Equalization recommendations to the board concerning property tax protests. And then having a discussion with the Telluride School District on the Ilium Q lots. Those are the main topics on that meeting. And the last thing is my agenda is item 10A, which is the discussion of the potential of adding a ballot question. And specifically, I threw out a few things that I asked you to consider, but one in particular is the new and expanded allowance by state law for additional uses about lodging tax. It does require you to go to your voters and specifically request that authorization. It is not, the state bill only expands the potential allowable uses. It doesn't change the uses. It leaves it up to the voters to decide. I know that numerous other counties are pursuing that measure. Some are also going for the increase in lodging tax that is allowable. I was able to speak with our clerk and recorder, Michael Wazinski, that anticipated the cost of this election, because it would be for all county residents who would vote on this, would be between $5,000 and $7,000 cost. When you think of what lodging taxes in total do or generate, we're closer to the 100, slightly more in some years, $100,000 mark. So while we know that a relatively small portion, it's a portion to the areas where it's collected. So the R1 portion we've been giving to the Telluride Tourism Board. The R2 portion we give to the Norwood Chamber. By adding a ballot question to expand the uses, my suggestion would be for roads and law enforcement specifically, primarily for roads. It doesn't require you to give it all to that, or you can then have the flexibility and the balance of, we would like this portion to go to tourism marketing. We would like this portion to go towards road improvements. And then a separate portion to go for other purposes. Likewise, you could also state, we have made more road concerns on the east end, which I know the commissioners have heard from you've heard from your constituents. So perhaps some of the east end money, rather than going towards additional tourism marketing, goes towards road repairs. Whereas Norwood and the west end is still trying to cultivate that tourism economy, and maybe they could leave them whole for that purpose. So to me, it seems like a worthwhile investment, even to try, but that's my recommendation, because we do have the deadline in 2 days. And that's why this is agendized here, is if you wish to keep the potential for having a ballot question on the November election, we would then have until the end of August to come up with that verbiage, and then we would certify it to the clerk the first few days in September. So even if you choose at that point, you don't change your heart, you don't want to run this election, you do not incur any expense, and you can go backwards. But you cannot go forwards unless you notify the park now. So that's my
And
question.
I missed something, Mike. I'm sorry.
Sure.
You said you were suggesting not that we increase the amount of lodging tax, but that we just potentially request permission from the voters to use it in a different way.
That's correct.
And one of the ways was road and bridge. And what was the second way that you were suggesting?
Law enforcement,
Yeah.
and also, I don't have, I apologize.
There are like
to
6
everybody.
different options.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
includes firefighting, it includes
Yeah.
EMS, ambulance, but,
Mhm. Okay,
yeah.
I understand. And we had also touched on maybe whether we wanted to talk about raising the lodging tax, which I had told you I have big concerns about, given that we've just raised it for 3A, but I'd love,
You
hear
didn't
what you
raise the
all-
lodging tax, you raised a separate tax for three. Oh, I take it back.
Yeah, 1.25%.
You're right,
We did 3 different taxes, sales, property,
but
and
that did
lodging.
not apply in the R2 district. This is the county's lodging tax, which applies equally throughout the entire county,
Mhm.
so. Just for,
Thanks.
and again, you don't need to have even
Right.
any of that stuff decided,
Right.
but,
Just on the fundamental question that Mike posed, I'd like to keep our options open. And I don't think that we're gonna have an in-depth discussion about whether or not we ask the voters to approve a higher lodging tax or maintain the existing lodging tax, but spread it differently perhaps. And I think that in concept, I'd like to have a chance to have that discussion. And so I'd be in favor of notifying the clerk and then agendizing a more lengthy and more formal conversation about what exactly we'll be about.
I totally agree. I think giving ourselves the option to explore this further makes a lot of sense. I hear your concerns about increasing lodging taxes, and I've thought about this pretty long and hard recently, and just off the cuff, I'm not really in support of that necessarily at this moment, but that the concept of potentially expanding the options or redistributing where those lodging taxes are spent is interesting to me.
I thought about that too, and I hear you about maybe this is a longer conversation, but in my mind, it's not enough money, right? We're getting $100,000 that it's gonna make a material difference on any of those other categories that we could potentially fund. And it would have a big impact on the Telluride Tourism Board if we reduced the funding we were giving to them. So I just don't see this as unless we do raise the lodging tax, which I'm not in favor of, I don't see this as a significant enough source of funding for other uses that we need to bother to even have the option. But again, if you need to talk it over more, I'm totally happy to agendize it again later.
I'm not gonna sneeze at $100,000, but you're right, that it would be an effect on the tourism board if we were to reallocate it, even a portion of that.
Yeah.
And it probably wouldn't increase the road and bridge capacity significantly. There's more need than a portion or even all of $100,000 there, so.
That's where I was going, and same with law enforcement and everything else.
So we have needs, but we don't have a way to fund them and we're not willing to discuss it?
No, I would discuss it,
Okay.
absolutely, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
I think it warrants a bigger discussion.
Bigger discussion,
I
okay.
do,
Okay.
you know, just
Yep,
to get
let's
a
do
little
it.
bit more granular,
Okay, then Mike, you've got your two. Let's notify the clerk.
okay,
When do we have three?
When should we have that conversation, knowing that we have to have language by September 4th, is that right?
13th?
I mean, I'll have examples from other counties that we could be using as templates. Because, I've heard from a lot of our surrounding neighboring counties are running question to that effect.
Sure.
I do have a request, if we could take a look at, I guess, the potential effects to the tourism board, and I don't have a big picture of where all their funding sources come from, and specifically if I have a question if the airline guarantee program, which I thought partially funded
the tourism boards, and I might be just totally off basis there, but I know that that funding is getting cut because of Telski's recent move with. So I just like to look holistically at their funding if possible and see how this would really affect their bottom line and their abilities to. Do what
That
they
sounds
want.
good.
Yeah.
And just as a reminder, with the new law that limits us to 5.25% additional revenue capture, not the 22% of revenue that we could have had for next year and every year forward in perpetuity. Until we go to our voters and get an increase in our road and bridge fund, we are never going to be able to catch up or maintain our roads on the east end. So in my opinion, it's kind of very important that we find new funding sources for roads, or we are going to continue to get angry calls and letters for the rest of our times.
Yeah, and I think it's important, just piggybacking on that Tomboy discussion, to think about how we're addressing these different types of roads, and we've had discussions about potentially hiring out subcontractors, and I think we need to get a little bit more aggressive in our alternative methods for maintaining our roads.
Yeah,
This could play into it.
totally agree with you. And it all comes down to money,
Yeah, subs cost more than our crews.
a lot more.
Yeah.
And those
Like-
bids are in, so we're gonna be presenting
Oh,
those
good.
to you soon.
Soon. And Mike, but when you spoke about finding additional resources for road and bridge, you weren't suggesting that would be on the ballot this fall. It's
No.
really just
Correct.
whether we would like to have the opportunity to reallocate the lodging tax.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'll put that on for
Sweet.
next week or the third.
2 weeks. Why don't I do it on August 13th?
Yeah, then everybody will be available. Okay,
Great.
thanks. That was
Thank you.
Lance's suggestion. Okay.
We should have a quick question.
Yeah.
Why would we limit our discussion only to lodging tax? It seems like we might as well start to uncover this can of worms and talk about it. We may not arrive at a decision that puts anything on the ballot at all, but and could open up the conversation to begin to consider how we're gonna fund road and bridge folks.
It's a good idea. So we'll give a little extra time or additional time so we can kind of brainstorm on that.
Very good.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Yeah. I just didn't know if Mike already had something in mind, but it sounds like no, and we'll talk it over
I
that
bet, I
day.
bet he does, but if we agendize it without that opportunity, we won't hear it.
Perfect.
Perfect. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Okay, I think, anything else? Manager matters.
No, man.
All right.
Question.
Commissioner updates. We can do those, or we can, let's do those quickly, just so we knock them off. And then we'll get into our executive session. Who wants to go?
I'll go super fast.
Okay.
I attended a case study webinar on Pitkin County's new demolition and construction waste recycling program, really just to educate myself and understand kind of what is possible out there. Yeah, we are so far from ever, well, I don't want to say ever, but pulling off something like this. First off, we don't have a landfill even within our county. But it was really eye-opening to see what they're doing. The requirements of the ordinance is that they recycle 100% of all recoverable materials and a minimum of 35% diversion of recoverable debris. And there's a whole deposit scale fee. And
Wow.
but some low hanging fruit that I took away is that I'm gonna start to just kind of bounce this off the construction community. Is they established years ago a construction swap Facebook page. So there's kind of like an internal community of swapping this construction waste material that could be reutilized, and it's an idea that kind of resonated. So I'm gonna just spread that to the community and see if that might be a place to start for construction waste diversion, because it's a large portion of the waste that is generated in our county. And it all gets taken very far away to be disposed of.
Great idea.
Yeah. And then I participated the next day in the Dan Noble State Park fence cleanup project with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It's wonderful. I met
a lot of folks from Montrose County who work for CPW. And we removed miles of old barbed wire and sheet fence. It's no longer serving a purpose. And endangers migrating animals. It's just a great event. Enjoyed it. And then I attended the San Miguel Basin Bear Junior Livestock Sale. And I addressed attendees in consort with Montrose County Commissioner Sean Pond. Met Commissioner Pond finally. And that was a good step to building a relationship. And that's it.
And you bought a pig.
Oh, and I bought a pig on behalf of San Miguel County from well, we'll see how the details shake out on that. But 13-year-old Lakota Berger raised Huckleberry the pig. And he was wonderful. And it was just it was great seeing all those kids and how much hard work and dedication they put into their projects. And Annika from CSU Extension was there. She's also the 4-H director, and she was supporting the kids. And it's incredible what they do. There's so much that they can take into their future lives from what they learn in that process. I was really honored to be a part of it. It's great. Can't wait for next year.
Thank you. Lance.
I was attending some of the meetings that you've been attending, so I won't even mention the CWPP meeting. I will mention that the Green Grants Committee that we are participating in is looking for members from the incorporated county, and that would include Lawson, Placerville, Norwood, Ophir, and we anticipate a 1-hour meeting in October to get introduced to the granting portal, and then a 2-hour meeting probably in early December to make those decisions, with perhaps an hour prep time for that decision making. Either of you have thoughts on names, please get them to me soon, because I've tasked myself with finding a rep or two to make those decisions, and if I can't find one, it's me. So
I have an idea for you.
Excellent.
Share offline.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Then I attended a GSUB meeting with Mike yesterday, and you will hear all about it at the leadership meeting coming up on Monday afternoon. I will not be able to attend that, I'll be in transit, but suffice to say that the GSUB is looking forward to presenting to the entire group, and think that you'll be able to listen and respond.
Great, and I do plan to attend that.
Great.
Okay, real quick, we all attended last Wednesday afternoon, the CWPP update, and for some reason, I'm blanking on what the C stands for, but it's Wildfire Prevention, Community Wildfire Prevention Plan, and the contractor Bintel presented. I thought he was super impressive, and just as a reminder for the community that the goal of that plan is to propose project recommendations and prioritization for wildfire mitigation. So I was really happy to be part of that. It feels like I kind of get my head around it. I went to the Tyrod Regional Airport Authority Board last Thursday, just reporting they had a clean audit. That was great. We are very close to signing a contract with the airport manager for another 4 years. I have subsequently learned, and other good news, that the airport passed its annual FAR Part 139 airport inspection, which is basically like, how's the airport doing? And there were no discrepancies. They passed with flying colors. So the airport is really functioning very well. We did have a report from the Colorado Flights Alliance, which you had mentioned, CFA, and their funding. And Matt Skinner confirmed that, because I have concerns about their funding with the merchant pass change with Telsky. He said that's only 3% of their funding. So while he was, I think, sorry that, that things are changing, he's not concerned about the viability of the institution. And then there was a bunch of conversation about the Lot R lease, which we've all talked about, and the neighbors being concerned about that. And essentially the airport is terminating that lease with the airport, with Mountain Village as of October 31st. And the board, TRAA board, sort of authorized Kenny and to continue kind of working through problems that the neighbors have raised, so that there's progress there.
Quick question.
Yeah.
I think what I heard you say is that Kenny is going to be in communication with the neighbors prior to the end of the lease and continue to try to address issues, or as of October 31st, the lease is terminated and there's no renewal and problems go away, or?
The neighbors have problems in addition to Lot R.
Yeah.
So they have like general use of the quarry road and things like that. So there's kind of a bigger macro conversation. A big piece of it was Lot R, and the Mountain Village has been notified of the termination of that lease. So
And that's
we're,
board decision to not up that, re-up that lease.
it was a management decision that the board then supported.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks for those questions. Last Friday, I attended the Board of Health Training Advisory Board meeting. And we just, to let me and Commissioner Waring know, we reviewed a map of who and who hasn't completed their annual Board of Health training, and only Galena has. I
Go,
didn't-
Galena, go.
I didn't realize that we
You girl.
hadn't. So that is something we're supposed to do annually, and I can, or Grace can tell us how to do that. But it's an ongoing thing. And we also reviewed an orientation curriculum for new members, which is looking great.
Can I chime?
Yeah,
Virtually, it was the first of its kind, and it was great.
okay,
Yeah.
good. I thought you did it CCI.
No.
Oh, you did it virtually. Okay, great. All right. And they're going to offer different options for us, so it should be easier to do and remember to do and all that. But anyway, we have till the end of the year, so we're not too far behind. I attended an additional or second meeting with the Attorney General, Phil Weiser. This one was organized by CCAT, and he provided an update on the continuing lawsuits by states against the Trump administration. They're now up to 30. It was 27 last I heard. The latest one is about Medicaid cuts. And as a reminder, he's working with a coalition of many state AGs. So they're all kind of taking the lead on different ones. He's taken the lead, I think, on 3 or 4. We asked him about the sanctuary counties issue, which has come up, and he believes that that was, he called it like a press release. It was more about kind of getting in the news than it is anything real. And he feels, as we have decided, to not respond until something more kind of real comes at us, like a letter saying why we've been considered a sanctuary county. So that's kind of on the side. He also mentioned that the federal government is suing Colorado for not doing what the federal government has asked in terms of immigration enforcement. That's called US versus Colorado, but Weiser feels very strongly that immigration enforcement is not our job, and so we will win that again is kind of a political jockeying, but it will be good to have that settled, I think. He also talked about some efforts by the Trump administration to control funding for various grants and other purposes based on matters that are unrelated to those projects. There's something called the anti-commandeering principle that was settled during the first Trump administration. So I mentioned to him the clause that Maura had identified in the FAA contract with our airport as like, is that sort of a commandeering issue? And he asked that we send that contract to them for review to just kind of understand a little bit more about what the government's doing. So Maura and I have discussed that, and we're going to do that. I met yesterday a second time with all of a representative from each BOCC in the 7th Judicial District with Anna Cooling to talk about her budget. She did not yet have the numbers pulled together. She is trying to, her budget she expects to change next year based on 3 things, or I should say her budget request. One is she feels like she needs additional staff, that her staff is way overworked. 2, she's losing grant funding, and 3, she's losing state funding. So while she didn't have anything for us to look at, we helped her understand what our finance directors and managers would need. And so she's going to continue to pull that together. But she said that it could be a big change from last year. So that that's what we, just heads up, the commissioners are telling her that we're getting a lot of requests for additional funding and she needs to give us like her must have and her middle ground and her wish I had kind of scenarios. So we suggested that next steps be to contact the county managers to actually make that request, that we've done all we can as commissioners to guide her. Yeah, Mike.
Commissioner Brown, was there any discussion of revisiting the allocation formula of which counties pay what or by the criteria?
There was not, it was confirmed that the allocation is done based on per capita. And I think San Miguel County's is like 6.7% or something like that of her whole budget. No one talked about adjusting that.
Good, thank you.
Yeah. And then the last thing I want to mention is on Monday, I went to Rico to attend the Dolores County Board of County Commissioners meeting there, as Phyllis Davis had attended ours in Egner. And it was really a delight to be in that beautiful historic space. It was well attended, both online and in person. I met the other two commissioners I had not met, including Linda Yellowman, who lives in Rico and has lived there, born and raised there 72 years, and she's the commissioner. So that was really fun. And one thing I thought was super interesting is that they've been working, the Rico Trails Commission has been working for 5 years to get a trail to connect using the railroad right-of-way from Rico to connect down to US Forest Service trails that would then connect up to the Colorado Trail so that people can get to Rico without having to use the highway. And they've made huge progress. They've got all the rights-of-way in place. They just needed a bridge approval, which they were granted at that meeting. So I think that's a really cool amenity for Rico and all of those who recreate around there. They're also talking about, oh, sorry, did you have a question? Talking about providing senior transportation from Rico to get to medical appointments and errands and things like that. And I was really impressed by how conscientious their senior services office is in Dolores County to the needs of the Rico residents. And then finally, the Dolores County has a legislative proposal coming forth that would allow the reassessment of agricultural land to commercial if a solar farm is built on that agricultural land. Currently, you're not allowed to reassess it. It doesn't make any sense to me. But they have a 1,000-acre solar farm operating in Dolores County that is being taxed as agricultural land. So they are proposing this legislative fix in the coming session, and it'll be something that we want to talk about whether we want to support or not. And that's that.
Thanks for attending that.
Yeah, it was really fun. It was great. All right. So I think now we are ready to move on to item 12, which is attorney matters. Maura, do you have anything to report to us other than a continuing conversation on the deed restriction?
Nope.
Okay, so we have decided during an agenda setting conversation to move into executive session just as a follow-up to the meeting we had this morning so that we can kind of get some advice from our attorneys, including, I believe, we have Lane Thomason on the line, who is the San Miguel County Housing Authority attorney. So do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, I'll just comment that after this executive session, we will be adjourning. We will not be making any decisions during that executive session, so there won't be any substantive report out. And we do hope to finish that by about 3:20 because I have another meeting starting in here at 3:30. We'll see how we do. How do you vote on the executive session?
Aye.
As well, we are moving into executive session.
Can we just restate clearly for the record that we're going into executive session under citation
-402 CRS subsection 4D conferences with an attorney for the purposes of legal advice.
Thank you very much for stating that. And just to remind the public, we always do have the option of moving into executive session on any agendized matter. And so we are exercising that.
Somebody to so move what I said.
So moved.
Thank you. And is there a second?
There is.
And now do we want to go into executive session for that reason and under that code?
Aye.
As well. Thank you for that, staff.
I'm gonna grab a little water. I'll be right back.
I will do the same.
Lane, we're gonna take just seconds to get some water and stretch our legs. We'll be right with you. Same story, Jared.
Yeah. What?
We're now out of executive session. During executive session, we discussed only the matter that we had intended to go in for. I am ready for a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.